Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for coming on in and hanging out with us tonight. Now, my voice is feeling a little bit better. Not much, but each and every day it's getting stronger, and I'm glad all of you are here. Apolla Asteria is our guest tonight. There's two reasons why we brought her on. Number one, she's pretty up-to-date on the whole alien thing. And number two, she has fantastic hair. Incredible hair. And we brought her on just for that. And, of course, Dirty Filth will be here as well, as he's got another great cartoon for us. Tomorrow night, Grant Baker will be hosting for me as I'm going to rock the hell out of Vancouver with my son at his first concert. So we'll make that happen. But first, before we bring in our guests, let's say hello to everyone who's in our chat room so far. Race Fan in the gold medal position. Awesome Ann B takes home the silver. Magneticus with his first bronze medal. Congratulations. Roy the Boy, how you doing, man? The gorgeous Trisha. Awesome Ann Palmer. D. Cohen, nice to see you all. There's one of our favorite veterans who listens to this show, Black Dragon. Semper Fi, my friend. Thank you for your incredible service for us. Hey, stunning Tina Smith has made a return, and the gorgeous Jenny, the lovely Carla, good to have you here. Lovely Carla, by the way, will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Les Paul Holland, how you doing, buddy? Good to have you back from Australia. And there is Luscious Jules. Nice to see you. Who else is here? Let's take a look, shall we? The gorgeous Cryptid Huntress, Jessica. She's excited for her friend Apolla. Michael Morris, nice to see you. Dirty Filth in the chat room and on screen. Bigfoot, Michigan Rob. What headband do you got on, or bandana do you have on today? Give us an update if you don't mind. We'd appreciate it. Delta Tesser Cat, nice to see you. No Cal, nice to have you back, buddy. And who else is here? Well, let's take a look. Oh, it's Doug Shelby, everyone. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. And who else is here? The lovely Lara, 405er, Scowling Greg O'Brien. Yes, he is scowling mad. YJ Overlander is here. YJ will be signing autographs after the show as well. Light up to the right of the studio, Bring a towel. He's sweating like a motherfucker right now, to be absolutely honest. And that's the last time you'll hear me swear tonight. All right, Worsley, good to see you. Asteroid, thanks for coming on in. Holly, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Dim, one of my favorite names on YouTube right there. Gorgeous Gloria, how are you? You're looking stunning as ever. And Dennis Zuniga, another fantastic veteran who listens to this show. Mennonite Abe, Strangeland, Stephen Finnegan, good morning to you. How are you? Bobbert, nice to have you here. Kawhi, Sovereign Farts, have a good ripper tonight, man. Dry Toast, best name in YouTube land, right there. Let's see here. Who else is here? Susan Ghost, Time Traveling Asians, nice to see you. And Mr. Lurks a lot, it's always a pleasure. Let's scroll it on down here in case I missed anybody because we are running out of time. Oli Tabuger, Stevie Franchise, Mark Ellens, good to see you all here. Michael Gutierrez, thanks for coming on in. And Terry Hall, how you doing, buddy? How's Utah? Have you made it there yet? Let me know. And Digger Dog, good to see you. They know Jim. I know Jim. You know Jim. Gorgeous Margie, how you doing? A Muse, nice to see you. We are running out of time. We are totally running out of time. But that's okay. We'll make it. Ruger Ridge, good to have you back. And Marv Graham, welcome to SOR Chat. Lori Murdy, welcome to SOR Chat. I love Pittsburgh, by the way. Beautiful city. And we are caught up. Super Chat is open. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show. And do me a favor, everyone. Horns up. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do us a favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a hell of a show for you tonight. Apolla Asteria is talking aliens from past to present tonight. We will bring her on momentarily. Then in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller is back for another spooky story. Super Duke will be around for the Cryptid Report. Shirky Poo will have the news. All right, let's get right to it. Apolla Asteria is the host of Apolla's Odyssey podcast, which features live, weekly, and exclusive interviews from top researchers, writers, and whistleblowers from the UFO disclosure community. She also interviews individuals on the topic consciousness, activists of freedom, and the global paradigm shift. She is a panelist and has reported for the ever-popular UFO channel, Third Phase of Moon. We love those guys over there. Besides being an artist of many forms, she is also a speaker for consciousness and disclosure conferences after being a lifetime researcher of ufology, exopolitics, forbidden archaeology, and more. She's traveled the world, including sacred locations, investigating forbidden archaeology and ancient sites. It really is her passion. And tonight, she brings her story and her research to us here on the mighty SOR. Apolla Asteria, what a pleasure to finally have you on Spaced Out Radio. And I'm going to tell you right now, you totally upped our show's hair game tonight with that beautiful, lovely locks of yours. Thank you for that.
Well, it is a pleasure to be here. Such an honor. I've been wanting to come on your show for a while now, so I was so grateful to have Jessica invite me on. So it's really great to be here and ready to rock out with you tonight.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? I got to tell our listeners, I'm not going to be here tomorrow night. Grant Baker, who is going to be filling in on the YouTube side, not the radio side, he is going to be filling in for me tomorrow night because I am actually getting up at like 6 a.m. and I am driving my son and we're going to Vancouver, which is like 6 hours away. And we are going to party, my son and I, who's 9. We're going to party dad-son style from the time we get there. And then we're going to go rock out to my son's first concert. We're going to see this metal band called Avatar out of Sweden that my son loves. And it's general admission. Thank God my son has played hockey for 3 years because it's general admission. And there's going to be some body slamming going on there.
Wow. I can't believe you're bringing your 9-year-old son. That's freaking awesome. I mean, he sounds like he's already a rock star virtuoso himself. So that's really great. You know, I actually started playing guitar at 12, so I'm a rock guitarist myself.
Nice. How many guitars do you have?
Oh, that's a hard question to answer. I have 3 here at my house right now, maybe 4. I have 1 at my bandmate's studio, which is a Flying V Jackson. That's probably my favorite. I think my favorite here is a Schecter. And then I have like 3 or 4 old guitars passed down from my grandfather at my parents' house back in the Midwest. So, how many guitars do you have?
Around the house right now, I recently got rid of 2. I think there's about 6 left. We're a Jackson type of family.
Ah, yeah, I
And
love my Jackson Flying V. Is so awesome.
gorgeous. And I may have to, because I am that dad. Okay. But I may sneak into Vancouver to one of the big guitar stores they have there. And I might, who knows? There might be a guitar coming home with us. You never know.
Oh, that's amazing. It was actually a major pastime of mine. So my dad was the one that would take me to all my guitar lessons. It was kind of like me and his thing. And we had this like our favorite pastime was going to Guitar Center and just sitting in the acoustic corral and playing guitar, trying out all the guitars. And every once in a while, he might like take me to buy something. But yeah, I just like going there just to play all the guitars. It was so fun.
I know. And I'm thinking about it, and him being 9, I can't buy him a Les Paul just yet because they're too heavy. They're too heavy. So his Jackson right now that he has is about just a hair over 8 pounds.
Did he start on acoustic or electric?
Electric. Well, yeah, we don't want any of that country twang around here.
Yeah, I started out on acoustic, like Spanish style kind of guitar. I'm actually my forte is like finger picking. Like I like to do like Celtic style finger picking, but I couldn't really do that in the rock group or jazz band that I was in before. But yeah, I actually my first guitar, the body of it was so big. I was like this little tiny girl, and the body of the guitar was like this wide. It was like just giant Fender acoustic. I could like barely even like wrap my arm around it. But it's great to learn that way.
Oh yeah. You know what? My kid has a lot of fun with it. He I walked in on his guitar lesson tonight, and I could hear outside his music teacher's studio. Here he is just pounding away on Ozzy's Crazy Train. He'd never played it before, and he left playing Ozzy's Crazy Train, and he's got an incredible teacher. It's definitely not me. It's definitely his amazing teacher. So shout out to Richard. Big shout out to Richard. But we're not here to talk guitars, because literally we can talk guitars all night long.
Definitely, definitely do that.
Yeah, but here we are. We're talking some UFOs. Let's just shift right now. Let's shift, and I should have some sound effects for that. But for you, how did you get into the whole UFO world? What really pushed you into this field? Was it experience or curiosity?
Okay, so it's kind of a long story. It's a little of both. I mean, so for me, I grew up in the Midwest, and I've always been a huge reader. People always ask me, like, how are you so young and you're already speaking at all these? I mean, I've been involved in the disclosure, like, conference scene for probably, like, 8 years now. I think the first time I went to Contact in the Desert was, like, 7 or 8 years ago. And I've been speaking for about 5-6 years now. But for me, like, I kind of found this connection so I was always obsessed with archaeology and forbidden archaeology, ancient civilizations. It's just something that has just been very fascinating to me ever since I can remember. And I'm a huge reader. I mean, probably from the age of like first grade, I would read like an entire book every night. Like I was like almost obsessive with it. And so my uncles, they would always, who happen to be like kind of energy workers. So I guess I should say this too. I have like people in my family that do remote viewing, energy work, hypnotherapy. So I was kind of raised on all of this, and they would like kind of take me to Barnes Nobles every Sunday and let me pick out whatever books I wanted. We'd kind of go over them, which is kind of funny because I do that now on my show in a way. But so I was always drawn to the New Age section. And I was also always interested in fantasy and, like sci-fi kind of books. And I felt like there was something to like these mythologies around the world about, these chimeras and these gods that came down to teach civilization things and give them things. there's stories from every culture around the world, and I just always felt like there was a major part of history that was just being covered up. I always was fascinated with Atlantis and Lemuria and Egypt. And, so I guess all that like really kind of shaped who I was. I started like really researching into all these lost civilizations, forbidden archaeology very early in life. And it just so happens where I grew up in Illinois, which is in the middle of nowhere. There's the Ancient Aliens Clubhouse and the bookstore that basically everyone from like the UFO community, Adventures Unlimited is the name of the publishing house, and pretty much everyone in the UFO community is published out of this publishing house, which is really weird because it's like way out in the middle of nowhere. But their main publishing house is there, and there's one right outside Sedona in Arizona. So I started reading all the books from there. At a certain point, I started going there, like reading all the authors from the scene. But I didn't really realize there was like a conference scene. I was just, reading anything I could get my hands on. And then right after I came out to LA, when I believe it was like, I was like 20 years old, I came out to LA. And like pretty much right after, I mean, there's a lot of experiences in there I could tell you, but we can get into that later. But pretty much right after, I saw this like postcard somewhere that mentioned Contact in the Desert, which is, an hour south in Joshua Tree, usually every summer. And I just saw Eric Von Daniken on it. I didn't really recognize the other names. Like I would read all the books, but I wouldn't like read their names. I just read all the books. I didn't really ever like think like, oh, there was a whole thing with all these authors and everything. So I just saw him on the lineup and I was like, oh, cool. I want to go see him. So I went out to it and I'm, walking around outside and I realized that, all the authors are set up with their books at their booths, everyone that was speaking there. And I realized everyone that was speaking there, I had been reading my entire life. So I instantly kind of became friends with all of them, and I didn't even know anyone in LA. Like none of my friends were into this or anything. And it just kind of became a thing for me where I would go out every year and I would just drive my car to the desert and camp in the middle of the desert by myself. And I would see everyone's talks. And after a while, I started becoming friends with all the speakers because I don't know. I think I would just talk to them about, reading their books and everything. And then they would invite me on like little side adventures and expeditions and things like that. And I guess they kind of, we really like matched a lot intellectually. We had a lot to talk about. So I just ended up becoming friends with all of them. And then I started getting asked to MC at the conferences. So I started doing that, pretty much all the conferences around the West out here. And then soon after, I started doing like a lot of research trips to like, Peru, like Machu Picchu, Egypt, places like that. And after I got back from Egypt, someone asked me to do a presentation on my findings there. And I wanted to talk about the pyramids and how restoring them could basically bring Earth to a type 1 civilization, because it would be utilizing the entire planet's energy grid if we restored all the pyramids around the entire planet. So I had this all like lined up, and then I realized, oh my God, there's all these other solutions for humanity. Like, why don't I just do something on that? So I started getting this presentation together on, the importance of full disclosure, restoring the pyramids, space habitats, becoming a spacefaring civilization, releasing suppressed technologies, circular communities, vertical gardens, like everything that I felt humanity could do to basically evolve to become a type 1 civilization and beyond. So it's really evolved a lot over the years. I've been giving it at conferences around, and, I started my own show. So then Blake and Brent, a couple years ago, I guess it was like right at the beginning of, the whole pandemic thing, Blake and Brent called me. I didn't know them, but a friend of mine recommended me to be on their panel on Third Phase of Moon. So because they just needed like a woman on it. I guess it was all guys. They're like, we need to find a chick in this scene. So someone recommended me. So I started being a panelist on their show, and then they were like, why don't you have your own YouTube channel? And I had actually been trying to start my own channel for a while, but it was just like all the tech stuff is like not my forte. So, I finally kind of got it all together, and I've been doing that for a year now, because actually, like in LA, I have been in the entertainment industry. I mean, really, since I was like 12, I started the entertainment industry as an actor and a musician. So that kind of all was like ending during, everything that was happening in the world a couple years ago. So I had to start something else. And, I missed going to conferences during that time when all that was going on. So I just started my own show. I guess it was about a year ago now. And that's where I'm at right now. And I have a lot of experiences, and those are all their own story. I don't know if you want to get into those too.
Well, you know what? You've pushed yourself to the point where you're very. I think you're a rising star in this field. I really do, and we need more younger women, especially, coming into this field and really taking it on their own and taking traction. And it's good to see. It's good to see you out there and really formulating your game plan of what your niche is, because we all got to find our niche in regards to what we're doing. And this topic of UFOs, which I just recently banned saying UAP on here. I
don't know why they changed that. I think it's ridiculous. I mean, supposedly it was because they don't want it to be attached to this conspiracy theorist like ideology, but I don't know. It's stupid.
I agree with you. And we had literally about a 99% approval rating of banning UAP from this show. I'm only saying that because we're explaining what's going on here. But nonetheless, I mean, the fact that you have found the right people to kind of help you take off, help you learn, whether it was at Contact of the Desert or the great guys at, the Cousins Brothers at Third Phase of Moon, you have seen your platform really, really grow, and good for you for that, because we need it. And we need a lot of strong voices out there. When you go and decided to get more into the ancient alien side and kind of still paying attention to what's going on here in present day, why did you decide to go back that far when modern ufology allegedly only started in 2004 with the USS Nimitz incident?
Well, it's interesting because it's like people always assume when I'm doing my show with UFOs that, I'm all about the latest sightings and everything. And honestly, to me, I don't need to prove to myself that UFOs or ETs are real. I already know this. I don't need to go look at all, research every single sighting and everything about it. But I do that now for Third Phase of Moon. I've been doing a lot of work with that. But, to me, it was like, I was just, like I said, I was always very fascinated with, ancient archaeology or forbidden archaeology. And I felt like there was a lot from our history that was hidden. And, there's a lot of authors that I could mention that, really helped me on my journey with all of this. I think Graham Hancock would be one of the number one people that I've read most of his books, and that's something that's really helped me along my journey with this. Also, Eric von Daniken. And, I like Contact in the Desert. That's one of my favorite conferences out of all the conferences around the United States, because they bring in all the archaeologists. And that was what was really cool to me, was going to see the archaeologists, what they were uncovering. And, to me, I just feel like, so I've read Zachariah Sitchin. I know there's like some things about that, but from my research, I feel that possibly the entire human race may have been seeded by different ET races since, very ancient prehistory. I think maybe there's been a complete entire evolution of beings on this planet several times throughout history. If you dig so I saw a show recently, a documentary, where in Alexandria in Egypt, they were digging down to find the ancient Roman roads. And they had to dig for 2 miles to get to the ancient Roman roads that were from the time of Alexander the Great. So imagine how deep how deeply buried like anything that would have been like 100,000 years ago or more would be right now. So I feel like, there's all this evidence of, anomalies, archaeological anomalies that just don't make sense. Old batteries being found in rocks, in stone, 45 million year old like wheels, and just really strange things that have been found around the world that just don't make sense. The giant skeletons that have been largely covered up, but have been found all around the world. The elongated skulls. And, I feel that especially here in America, there is so much that has not been uncovered yet. And, I think someone that really opened my eyes to this would be Graham Hancock. His book, Magicians of the Gods. He talks about how there was around like 12,500 years ago or 11,500 years ago, there was a comet that came and broke apart in the atmosphere. And before this happened, America was, had monkeys on it. I mean, this was like a continent that had, completely like forests all across the continent. And there were monkeys. And I'm saying that there were monkeys because, when these comets broke apart in the atmosphere, supposedly they hit mostly North America, which was the northern part of it was covered in ice caps at the time, and Europe. And so when this happened, it caused a shock wave, which caused all the forests on North America and some of Europe to go into complete continent-wide forest fires, which sent a bunch of ash up in the atmosphere and blacked out the sun for a long time. Also, it flash melted the ice caps, which caused instant flooding all across the United States. And there's evidence of this from up north in Washington. It shows where so much water came down at one point that it carved out this area that was like, it would have been a waterfall 10 times bigger than Niagara Falls, but it happened within the space of 2 weeks, from the evidence of what the scientists have uncovered there. So I feel that, there were a lot of ancient civilizations here. I know that they've uncovered giant skeletons in the mountains in Ohio, and supposedly there was an ancient war that happened there. And, I know there's a lot of evidence of, these giants and other human-like beings being found around the planet. And, I think that, especially the evidence of the pyramids on every continent around the planet, I think that, there were ancient beings that were coming here in ancient times and helping humanity. I think maybe humanity has been seeded by, extraterrestrials landing here, either crash landing here and, kind of breeding into the human race, or even, obviously there's Zachariah Sitchin's story of what he supposedly transcribed from the Sumerian civilization, which is over 3,000 years old, saying that, there are tablets supposedly said that an ancient race of these gods came down to our planet, and they had this science where they could genetically manipulate, DNA. So they were actually supposedly they genetically manipulated early humans by, taking the early hominids and splicing their DNA with theirs, or, and, supposedly that's what they call it, like the Garden of Eden, which was in Turkey at Göbekli Tepe. So,
Right.
oh, I'm sorry.
Let's hold that thought. The amazing Apolla Asteria is here. Ancient aliens to present day. We're getting into the UFO talk all night long with her. So far, so good. And she rocks out, too, with her horns up. Second half hour. Spaced Out Radio coming up next. All right, we're clear. Excuse me. Great start. Fast start.
Sorry, I was on a little bit of a rant there.
Oh, that works for me. Quick shout out to Pono, Troubled Minds. Welcome to the show. Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio, and the Grantavius one and his mustache. Let's see. Who else has arrived here that we could say hello to? Evan Walters. Yeah. Gonna blow his pants off tonight as he usually does, along with Sovereign Farts there. Good to have you guys here. And we're caught up. We are caught up. Dirty Filth, how you doing down there?
Doing just good, Dave. How are you?
I am good. Filth, how are you?
Drawing some I'm painting cartoons at this point in time.
So what's going on? What's your story? Do you just paint during the show? I don't know what's going on with this.
Oh, yeah, show her the one.
That's like your thing. You paint during the show.
Yeah, every night he paints a new cartoon of monsters.
That's so awesome. That looks like Sasquatch.
I got Sasquatch. Hold on
a mean Sasquatch.
Here comes his Sasquatch. Here it comes. Don't fall, Filth. Don't need you stubbing a toe near the foyer.
It's a foyer, Dave. Foyer.
It's foyer.
Oh, a whole bunch of different cartoons.
There's me. Hold on. What's that one? Who am I meeting there?
The Katami aliens.
Oh, yeah.
When you went to Japan the last time.
Yeah, I've never been to Japan, but very Canadian of them to say you want to go for a rip. Yeah, there's the boobies. And
we have California Nightcrawler getting busted for stealing shorts. Or trousers, rather.
Trousers.
So basically, the Men in Black.
Top hat.
Men in Black.
Men in Black.
Do you have the Lou Elizondo one? That one's funny.
No, I mailed it to him.
Oh, did you?
You'll have to phone Lou and be like, "Can you come on the show and show us the cartoon?" Because, oh boy, what else we got here?
Yeah, he had Lou Elizondo dressed as a Man in Black with the chin hair, and then when Lou said he wasn't doing any more podcasts, he pulled the chin hair off and retired.
Oh, there's a Sasquatch. What is he saying?
Let's terrify some campers.
Oh, wow. Nice. I love it.
Nice. Yeah, so every night he comes in here and he paints a new original piece of art.
Well, here's a secret one I did, Dave. Science Bob and a Sasquatch poking each other.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Have you seen a Sasquatch before?
I've seen two.
I don't know if I've experienced a Sasquatch before.
It's
I think I saw one at Camp Disclosure in Georgia or North Carolina a couple years ago, but I'm not sure.
I saw two in the forest behind my friend's house in 2013. And then in 2018, two buddies of mine and I got chased out of a forest by two of them. We never saw them, but we heard them. And the one was actually talking to us previous to that.
They make a very unique kind of call, don't they?
I've never heard the call. Never heard the call.
Oh, I thought you said you heard them.
No, talking. Like the samurai chatter from what's his name's recordings. Why can't I remember? Ronald Moorhead, his recordings from the Sierra Sounds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Hear this thing talking to us like that. Oh, yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Grantavius and his mustache, Worsley, Stephen, and Smithy for the amazing super chats. Really appreciate it. You can also support us by going shopping on our website, spacedoutradio.com, where you can get a Cable Guy Matt t-shirt. Yeah, remember, you can't get these in stores, people. Limit one per household. Not really. Here comes the second half hour. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Really appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with our good friend Apolla Asteria as we are hanging out talking aliens from past to present. Apolla, welcome back.
It's good to be here. I'm having a lot of fun nerding out on the show tonight.
Oh, yeah. Then it's exactly what we need to do here is, a little nerdy goes a long way around here. I mean, why not? So
Definitely.
I would. I totally would. Right before the break, we were talking about, some of the things that have caught your attention in the ancient ways that kind of led us to where we are, to whether or not it opens up the debate or whether or not, this is a planet that's been seeded by extraterrestrials. And maybe that's what, today's hybridization program is all about, is to take those new seeds and take them to other planets that are out there and can host humanoid type of beings. I don't know. But for you, I mean, when you look at the Egyptians and a lot of the hieroglyphics that are around there that depict what looks to be aliens or astronauts or something along those lines, what really catches your attention on that? Is it more what's happening in Egypt, or is it everywhere from Brazil to the pyramids of Mexico and Machu Picchu and everywhere around?
Yeah, I've been to a lot of these ancient sites around the world, and I'm really excited because I'm actually about to go visit Greece and check out the ancient sites there in about a week from now. So I'm really excited about that. But yeah, I guess with my whole spiel earlier, I was trying to get to a point with this, and that is that I feel that I think maybe there was an ancient race that came here and kind of helped the early humans and maybe several different ones. Like, people always talk about the Anunnaki, but I think maybe there were several different ones that were coming from different times. But I also think that maybe some of these pyramids could have been left over from ancient civilizations that were from so ancient that there was a planet-wide disaster, like 1 million or 1 billion years ago, and civilization had to completely restart over. And at a certain point, we realized, hey, we have these pyramids, we can restore them and reuse them. And I know a lot of, archaeologists say that from the testing on the pyramids, the carbon dating, I think them carbon dating, it doesn't really make sense because that could have been from the date of when they were last restored. I'm not sure. But, I feel that, I think that there's something to this. And, there was a lot of Egyptian pharaohs that had elongated skulls, and people always say like, oh, maybe it was like their hat or something. But I've been to the museum in Cairo and I saw the busts of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, and it was like their actual head was shaped like that. We have the Paracas skulls have been being found in Peru, and I know they just tested those recently, and it showed that the DNA was not from this planet or not anywhere related to humans. So it's interesting. And I think that, there are some glyphs that I saw. I think there were so many places that really stood out to me in Egypt. And one of them would be the Temple of Hathor. It had on the walls this light bulb type technology that had like what looked like Baghdad batteries next to it, that may have been powering this kind of technology. Also, they're always depicted carrying these different rods, which to me look like some sort of energy device because they have these prongs on one end that look like, they were used for some sort of like electrical way of, channeling energy. I don't know. And also, the Temple of Abydos, that was a very interesting place. Most people can't go there when they go to Egypt because it's just so far out. I mean, it's very far from the Nile. If you do a Nile cruise or, anything like that, I mean, it's extremely far out from there, which is interesting because it was built on the Nile at one time. It was right next to the water. And they say that that's the oldest place in Egypt. And I was lucky enough, like we weren't even sure if we'd be able to make it out there, but my tour guide decided like, hey, I want to take you all out there. We'll make it work. So we went out there, and that was a spot where it has the glyphs that I'm sure everyone here has probably seen, or most of you here probably seen, that shows what looks like flying saucers and a helicopter and something else on the ceiling. And apparently, I guess like a earthquake had knocked down. It had been covered up at one point. An earthquake had knocked down what was covering it up. I've heard like different archaeologists say like, oh, this means something else. That's not really a UFO or a helicopter or flying saucer. But I disagree. I don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't think they said that it was like different things combined that meant something else. But it's so obvious what it is. And that place was so interesting because they took me into this one hallway, and it was really weird because they had all these people guarding this hallway with machine guns, but there was nothing in there. So there's something weird about it. Like I just felt it when I stepped in there. And they pointed down this wall and they said, from the beginning, so this wall is all the pharaohs, all the names of all the pharaohs from the end of the Old Kingdom to the beginning of the New Kingdom and on. And I just looked down on the wall, and it was just like, all these markings all the way down, like this huge like hallway corridor type place. And everyone there is just looking at each other. And we're just like, wow, this is incredible. And then they turn around, they're like, okay, now this wall, these are all the kings from the end of the Old Kingdom to the beginning of time. And it showed all the way down this other wall, like super ancient markings. So this place is ancient, probably way more ancient than they believe it to be. But they've recently found these pyramids in Russia that are supposedly even bigger than the pyramids of Giza. There's pyramids in China that are kind of overgrown. And there's actually a pyramid in southern Illinois near where I'm from that the base of it is bigger than the Pyramid of Giza, but it's grown over. I know there's, I think Antarctica has a lot of ancient history because at one time it was on the equator. So I think it's going to be interesting if we can find what could be there now. But, so I think like, I don't know, there's something to, maybe like there were different, maybe different alien beings here at different times in the past that came here even before humans. I think maybe, these beings or gods, as a lot of these ancient cultures would say, were coming down and helping the early humans, giving them, technology, teaching them how to farm. Graham Hancock, so I guess this was kind of and where I was getting with my spiel earlier. So, this flood that supposedly happened all over the planet at one time, I guess before that, these beings, or right after this flood happened, these beings came down to the survivors and they taught them history or how to, how to farm, how to mathematics, these different things. And there's like 12 of them. And they're called something different, or I'm sorry, 7 of them, and they're called something different in like every culture around the world, but every culture around the world has this great flood story. They all have this story of these 7 beings, which I'm sure you're aware of. They're the guys with the bags. They're always depicted with a bag. And like these like bearded guys that usually they kind of have like a fishtail or something, and they're depicted in the major megalithic structures all on every continent around the world. So they obviously went everywhere. They were depicted in Göbekli Tepe. They were depicted in Peru, everywhere. So I think there's something to that. And I think there's also a lot of evidence that maybe there's an inner Earth civilization, whether it's they're not quite human, or if they're like a civilization that used to be on the surface that became very advanced and went to inner Earth. I think there's a lot of evidence of that as well. But yeah, I'm not sure if I answered your question there. Oh, and I want to say I was looking back at the comments earlier when we were on the break, and I realized when I mentioned the monkeys, I didn't get back to my point of what that was from earlier. So I just want to clarify that. When I was talking about the monkeys, North America used to have monkeys, but because of the continent-wide wildfires that happened, apparently all the monkeys weren't around anymore after that. So I didn't get back to that point earlier, but what I was trying to make with the point with that was that I feel that North America is probably has a lot of ancient megalithic structures that are just buried in tons and tons of sediment because we were hit the hardest by the ancient cataclysms.
Do you think those were biblical? The cataclysms?
I think the Bible. Oh, do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, was it written in the Bible, or like it happened because it was a biblical thing? I mean, okay. So
let's just go with the biblical side. How about that?
So to me, I feel like the Bible is, obviously there's a lot of books in the Bible that were taken out. One of them, which I read recently, the Book of Enoch, is extremely interesting because it talks about Enoch being taken up in a ship or a fiery chariot, which what else would people call that back then? They don't know what a spaceship is. It looks like a fiery chariot. It talks about him being taken up and taken through the solar system and seeing all the planets from above. And meeting these other beings, which is really interesting. But I think, the Bible, I think the beginning, especially Genesis was always very fascinating to me. And I grew up Christian, and I feel that, in Genesis, they talk about these beings coming to Earth and basically interbreeding with the humans. They say, like, was it the children of men were with the star beings that came down, or however they said it. I can't really remember what the exact wording of it was, but that's basically what it says. And there's so many parts in the Bible where it talks about these people either being brought in the sky by a fiery chariot or what sounds like going through stargates. This is something that just happens throughout the Bible, and I feel that in the Bible has the Great Flood story, which the Bible has a Great Flood story. Turkey, there's a Great Flood story that actually is very similar that mentions, but Noah's called Zarathustra in their story. And Egypt has a Great Flood story. The Native Americans here have a Great Flood story. And most of these stories mention a fiery ball or a fiery comet that has a tail like a serpent, a red dragon, or they call it a fiery red dragon in the sky, appearing before all this happened. So Graham Hancock talked about in his work how he thinks that all these megalithic structures were built to remind future civilizations that every time this comet comes around, or what he believes is Nibiru comes around, or Planet X, or whatever you want to call it, that comes around every so many years or so many millennia, that these things can start happening again. Because apparently the magnetics of the planet can pull on the magnetics of our planet. And also there's a lot of debris that surrounds it as well. So, I think that these, the ancient people felt it very important to build these structures as like time capsules to show the future of, their descendants, that to be watchful for when this time happens again. And supposedly, in all these temples around the world, especially Göbekli Tepe, supposedly they kind of like have a way of marking this time astrologically that is very similar to the time right now, what's happening in the sky, like right around this time now astrologically. So I think that's very interesting. And I think, China, they've been talking about going to the moon and creating a way of deflecting or destroying asteroids that may come to Earth. And I think that's really amazing. And, I think a lot of Graham Hancock's work, he's talking about how he thinks it's really important that we actually are able to like build something that could destroy like asteroids or comets that are coming towards Earth in case this happens again, to keep it from happening again. So yeah, I think that's really important. And I've noticed China and NASA have both been working on this lately. So I hope something comes out of it. And I think it'd be a great way of really uniting the entire planet with one common goal.
I want to ask you, if we go to South America here for a minute, but what do you think the Nazca Lines are all about? Do you think they are symbols to the gods, or maybe a call out to the ancient aliens that were flying around back then, maybe populating the planet, or just investigating the life that is on here? Because I mean, there's a little alien that is, well, should it's not little, it's massive. The alien that is drawn along with other animals. Your opinion of the purpose of the Nazca Lines?
So to me, I feel that that area in Peru, I think that there are a lot of areas that look like ancient landing strips, a lot of areas that look like they were made with very advanced ancient technology. And I think at one time that was an important like hub for extraterrestrials to go to, whether it was the Anunnaki or something else, I'm not sure. But I feel that, all these stories kind of say, like, Zachariah Sitchin's work and other work, they say that that these ancient aliens, whatever they were, Anunnaki, or maybe there are other ones, who knows, they were all coming here until the Great Flood happened, and then they knew the Great Flood was coming, or they knew this like cataclysm was coming, and they decided at that point that we're just gonna let humans be, and we're just going to let them evolve on their own after this, and we're not going to come back and mess with them until they've evolved on their own. So I think that I think maybe the Nazca Lines, either that was, I think that maybe like the people that were left over, if this happened, if it's, I'm not going to claim I know for a fact about any of this, but if this happened, if there was a great flood that, or a cataclysm that took out a lot of the planet at a certain time, 11,500 years ago or so, I think the people that were left over that survived, they would have wanted these beings to come back, or they would have maybe tried to emulate them. Like, I know there's all these stories of there's some people that have elongated skulls in these countries in South America that boarded their heads to make them look that way. But obviously the practice skulls, they've been tested to have not been that way. But I think, maybe these people were trying to emulate these beings, or they wanted them to come back. So maybe they made the Nazca Lines to try to get them to come back. I'm not sure. I mean, I just think it's really fascinating, and I think, even like in Egypt, there's a lot of glyphs of what looks like, these giant beings, and then these like smaller beings that were probably just the regular humans giving these taller beings that are sitting on thrones things, so it's really interesting. I mean, this is something that is embedded in every ancient culture around the world, and I think there's something to this. I don't think and I forgot to mention India. I haven't traveled India myself yet. I've been to Thailand a lot recently, but there isn't as much the very ancient stuff in Thailand as there is in India. And I know India has a lot of really incredible ancient ancient aliens type things, or forbidden archaeology type sites that I would love to explore. They have the idea of the Vimanas coming in ancient times, and like they even have like actual depictions and descriptions of what these Vimanas look like. They have some sort of text of aeronautics from like very ancient times. So yeah, I mean, I think that, my personal theory. So with ancient Greece, the Iliad and the Odyssey, like Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey is like the oldest story in the world. And that story, they talk about these heroes that are fighting these like chimeras, these weird monsters. You have ancient Egypt, they talk about all these chimeras. They're depicted all over in Egypt. And I have a theory, or I kind of feel that this is very likely that maybe there were these advanced beings that were here that were manipulating different things genetically, and maybe they created these different beings. I know, like, our scientists now are catching up to this, obviously, but I think maybe they were messing around. They were manipulating early humans, and they were manipulating these creatures, kind of creating these new kinds of creatures, and they were kind of set loose. And maybe at the point where the Great Flood happened, they left, and all these creatures, like these chimeras that were like these weird experiments they created, were left all over the planet, and the ancient people were terrified of them. So I think all these ancient stories of these heroes that are fighting and killing these chimeras, in ancient Greece and in Egypt, I think there's something to that. I think that these were things that these people were actually seeing, because we know that people always thought that the Iliad and the Odyssey was, it didn't really happen. Like in more recent times, people thought, oh, well, it's just an ancient story, an ancient legend. And then they found the city of Troy and they unearthed it. So I think, there's something to these stories. And I think it's very likely that a civilization that would be more advanced than ours would have the ability to genetically manipulate the DNA and create new creatures or chimeras, because our scientists are already catching up with that now. So I think that's one thing that's very interesting. And I know there was a certain place in Egypt where they found, so the Egyptians, it was very important to them to mummify everything, even the crocodiles, everything, because they felt that if they mummified it, then it came back to life. And there's this one place in Egypt underground, I believe it was in Luxor, where archaeologists found what looks like blacktop poured over something. And so they took it out, and they realized that, or they took out the blacktop and they looked under it, and there were these bones of these creatures that it looked like there were these different creatures, but they were like mixed together. And some people had a theory like, well, maybe these were these ancient chimeras that were made, and the Egyptians were terrified of them, so after they died, they just poured them over with concrete and made sure that they wouldn't come back, because their thoughts were if you mummified something, it came back. So they wanted to make sure it would not come back. So they poured over like this kind of asphalt over them, and put them in this like, underground area. So, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't really remember what your question was, but I'm just ranting.
I don't remember either. It was an amazing answer, though. We have about 1 minute to go before we have to go to break at the top of the hour. Apolla Asteria is our guest. This one will probably end up carrying over. But I'm going to ask you now in regards to the a lot of the ancient texts and scriptures that have been found all over Europe. There's some question whether or not there's translations to UFOs and being some sort of gods. And then that makes me wonder about, Egyptian gods or Roman gods and goddesses, that were they actually aliens or were they gods? And I really don't know what to think of that. What's your thoughts?
My personal opinion is that it's both. I think that all these ancient cultures of these gods, these beings that came down and were helping these people, and the people worship, that supposedly they had their own temples with their giant thrones in these ancient temples around the world. I think that they were these ancient beings that were coming here, that, Anunnaki or whatever they were. My guess is probably Anunnaki, but maybe there were other ones as well. And I think these ancient cultures and all their stories, I think they're very real, and I think they happened. I don't think it's just mythology.
Let's continue that talk, Apolla, when we get back from the break. 1 hour down, 1 hour to go with Apolla Asteria here on Spaced Out Radio. Her website, apollaasteria.com. Her podcast, Apolla's Odyssey. We'll be back with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio next. Stay tuned. Damn, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, it's fun to be on someone else's show. I'm usually doing my own thing, like interviewing other people, so it's fun.
I'm going to step away for a quick second.
Yeah,
Dirty
me
Phil
too.
we got about 6 minutes, okay?
Okay, is it all right if I go grab a drink and come back?
Yeah, I'll just take you out of the studio, And I'll see you when you're back in there. I'll be right back. All yours, Dirty Filth.
Right on. It's the Dirty Filth Power 6 minutes or whatever. Not very much power coming out, is there? Hopefully everybody's having a good night. Built a trellis. That's what I did tonight. I built a trellis and I'm drawing cartoons. Oh, there's going to be blood in the cartoons. It's a violent cartoon. Right when Dave steps away, hammer the blood and violence in there. Oh, yeah. Blood splatter, severed arm. Look at that. Don't worry, though. Brandy Kramer says you can grow that sucker back with a hologram. So I'm hoping all my Marvel hologram cards I saved when I was about like 10 years old or whatever. I don't know. I'm not very good with time. Hopefully all those suckers work. Sell them to the U.S. government. Here's a hologram. They'll be like, yeah, sorry, but it doesn't work like that. But I do have hologram cards. It's not important. Throwing some blood on the sword there. Oh, yeah. I think that's okay enough. No, Kira. You're a beautiful soul, but no, it is not. This is going to be entitled Trouble on Mars. And it's some poor hack from the Earth Space Program getting his arm lopped off by a reptilian. That's what that's going to be. You can kind of see it a little bit there. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. You'll see when it's done. Sorry for being so hastily. It's not in the correct wording. Unbelievable. I got a secret technique for that. Big earthquake. Yikes. That's not going to suffice. That's way too sloppy. Oh, I have to call in the special forces for this bit of artwork right here. Terrible. There's just so much water there. What a slob. I'm not very happy with myself on this one. That's all right. We'll get it whittled down. It's all good. Trust me, it'll look perfect at the end. And everything else will work out okay. Wow. Anyways, that was kind of a struggle. Nonetheless, we're going to move on to Eyes of the Reptilian. Could be like a black metal song.
There it is. A little bit. Dump it over there. Mr. TR Stream Gnome, welcome to SOR chat. And who else has joined us? The gorgeous D Swiger. How are you? And there's the lovely Apolla. You know, you gotta just look at this hair. Look how fantastic that hair is.
Thank you. My hairstylist is the one I mentioned before the show, but my hairstylist designed the hair for Leela in Fifth Element. But I'm a natural redhead. I am a natural redhead. I just like to make it more fire.
It is fire. It is on fire. Not gonna lie. I want to say a big thank you to all the super chatters out there. Grantavius with the hat trick, X1, Worsley, Steven, and Smithy. We really do appreciate the love and support that you give us on Spaced Out Radio. To everyone out there, do us a favor, hit the thumbs up. That really helps with our algorithms. After the show, leave a comment, and you can do some shopping at spacedoutradio.com. Here we go with hour 2.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Zeppel. Zeppel is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with Apolla Asteria from Apolla's Odyssey at apollaasteria.com. She is a UFO researcher, been doing it for a number of years. Very, very talented in her research, going all the way back from ancient aliens to present times. And Apolla, right before the break, I asked you about, a lot of the history that kind of goes along with, artifacts and writings and teachings coming out of Europe. And then we were discussing about whether or not Greek and Roman gods were gods or were they aliens? I mean, is there any clue if we really know what they were?
I think it's very likely that the ancient Greek and Roman gods may have actually been or were originally, maybe these ancient aliens that were coming to the planet. In Greek and Roman mythology, or I guess in Greek and Roman archaeology, there isn't a lot that really seems to refer a whole lot to ancient aliens. I mean, in South America and in Egypt, there's tons of evidence of, these different archaeological discoveries of what actually looks like ETs, all over the world. But, I think it's very likely that ancient Greek and Roman gods were probably the same thing. But I think there were a lot that came down, and then later they kind of made these myths around them and made them into a whole different kind of thing, made a whole story about them. But as I was saying before the break, I feel that the Iliad and the Odyssey, which is the most ancient story that's kind of been passed down through time to us that we have today, they talk about these ancient heroes who are fighting and destroying these ancient chimeras, which I feel may have been left by these ancient aliens. I think maybe the Iliad and the Odyssey may have taken place, maybe right after, a little after the Great Flood, maybe some years after, maybe before, but I feel it may have been a while after that happened. But, I think one evidence of this in mythology is that they always talk about these some of these heroes that were left at the beginning of Greek mythology, or around the time the Iliad and the Odyssey, there were some people that were part god and part human. And so, you know, a lot of the people in that time, they like revered these people that were part human, part god. And they said they walked around, they have these, you know, it's like they have all this history about them. And they say that, you know, these things actually took place. What happened in the Iliad and the Odyssey actually really took place, whether some of it was dramatized or it wasn't. I mean, Achilles, Agamemnon, Ajax, all these people were supposed to be half human and half god. So to me, I take that as they were probably half, you know, Anunnaki or whatever it was, and half human. And I think also, and then they were also talking about how there were a lot of children around during that time that were children of people who were half human, half god, you know. And so I think that is some great evidence there. I think, you know, a lot of the temples that were around during that time, I mean, you know, ancient Greece, like the culture was really around Turkey and that region as well. So, you know, I think, and there's a lot of evidence that ancient Greece was actually, you know, probably some of the descendants of the Atlanteans were, Greece came out of Atlantis, basically. And ancient Greece, like everything that was brought there was from, you know, Atlantis, like predating the Great Flood. So, you know, I think that just to me shows, but I think that also, you know, and I'm actually reading a philosophical dissertation on this right now because I'm about to go to Crete in a week, and I'm really excited about that. But I'm actually reading a philosophical dissertation on this right now about how these different gods and goddesses kind of evolved from even more ancient cultures. So I think by the time of like Greek mythology, I think they actually took a lot of these, you know, gods, or, you know, maybe ETs that came down during those times, and they kind of made these different roles with them, or kind of made these like characters around them and developed a story around them that kind of changed and evolved later. And, you know, I actually find Greek mythology very interesting because it's actually an ancient form of psychology. These different archetypes can be seen in everyone. I feel like when I meet anyone, I can see what kind of archetypes kind of come through in them. And I think, you know, there's a lot of studies saying that Greek mythology is actually an ancient form of psychology, and these different beings kind of represented like different personality types or archetypes that play out in everyone. So, but I think that, you know, there were definitely, I think like maybe Mount Olympus, you know, all the stories with the gods living on Mount Olympus, I think it's very likely that maybe there, you know, at one point, if there were humans and ancient extraterrestrials on the planet, that they may have been living on Mount Olympus, kind of away from the humans. You know, and like I was saying with the chimeras, that to me is a lot of proof that these things really happen. You know, it's interesting that I'm going to Crete. I've actually been doing all this research on Crete, and, you know, one story that's in the Iliad and the Odyssey is of the Minotaur and King Minos, which is the story about this, how this Minotaur, like it was like a half bull, half human, was trapped in this labyrinth, and there was like this whole ancient mythological story on that. But that's actually a real place in Crete. I never realized until I just started like researching everything, because I'm about to go out there, that this labyrinth is still there today, and it's a real place. And it's like, why would like something be made up about that? I mean, they even have like, you know, ancient artifacts from this time there, like depicting the half bull, half, like, you know, the Minotaur. I mean, it's their history. So I think, you know, there's something to all of this. And just that our scientists can do this today, that I mean, you know, China has actually started doing a lot of this, which is really messed up in my opinion, but they've already created a man pig. You know, they've already done experiments, basically mixing together a man and a pig, which is really messed up. They've done it with actually a lot of different humans and beings, and there's a lot of documentaries on it. And I feel like a lot of people don't know about that. I mean, there's like, it's really messed up because there's actually real like human animal chimeras out there right now that are in like experimental facilities that don't have rights, and that's really messed up.
I want to ask you, in regards to ancient Greek and ancient Roman times with the gods and goddesses, I mean, how much of that magic that goes along with it is true, or that we could perceive as a reality?
What do you mean by magic?
Well, I mean, like for instance, if you take Medusa and the snakes in her hair that would, cause men to turn into stone, or the power of Hercules, or something along those lines. I mean, if they were aliens, it would make sense to me that the magic would be absolutely true, because we don't know the powers and the abilities that they have. Whereas, if you believe it is mythology or folklore, it's a little more fairy tale-ish.
Yeah, like I said, I feel that I feel that they kind of created stories around this and dramatized it a little more. I mean, I couldn't really think of what Medusa would be unless that was like an experiment as well. But with like Achilles, I feel it makes a lot of sense to me that if he was part human, part extraterrestrial, or descended, I can't remember. I think his story was he was descended from someone that was part human, part extraterrestrial. I think like his father or someone was. So I think it makes a lot of sense to me that they would probably have a lot more power. Maybe not necessarily superpowers, but they may be way stronger, much taller. Who knows? So maybe have a lot more intellectual, spiritual power. Maybe they were able to use more parts of their brains than we are. I mean, I think we only use like, what is it, like 25% of our brains? Like maybe there's ET races out there that can use way more of their brains or tap into more of that. Also it's like you mentioned the Bible earlier. It talks about, the whole chapter of numerology. I think, or no, I'm sorry, not numerology. I think it's Deuteronomy. Yeah, they list all the ages of everyone, how long they lived, and who was descended from who. And a lot of people just kind of skip that chapter if they're like reading through the whole Bible. But to me, I think that one is maybe it's Numbers. There's that one in Numbers, I think it's called. But it says that these people live for like over 100 years, or like 200 years to like 700 years. So I mean, what if there were like the Anunnaki or whoever were real and they came here and like they lived way longer? They're just kind of built different, and the people that were kind of descended from them or interbred with them maybe lived like half as long, and maybe they're like half as tall or something. So, but I think, like I was saying, I feel that a lot of it was traumatized as well. I also feel that the ancient people may have been kind of more, I think ancient people were more advanced spiritually in certain ways that we aren't today. So I think that would have something to do with that too.
Do you believe then that extraterrestrials, wherever they may be from, helped create humankind and populate this planet? Because it is one of the great debates out there for people.
So I don't know how you feel about past life regressions. Have you ever looked into past life regressions? Is that something that you're interested in at all?
I have I've done it twice.
Okay, interesting. Well, my uncle does past life regressions and hypnotherapy, and I learned about, I mean, to me it's just very much reality. I've learned about it all growing up, and I try to like not bring up this kind of thing, like metaphysical things, as much on my shows, because some people are more technical and they just want to rule these kinds of things out. But I've actually been reading a lot of accounts lately from these different people who do regressions on people and like accounts that they have collected. And I've been listening to this very interesting one recently. And this person, she went through and she just did this on like tons of people that didn't even know what it was, weren't even interested in it, and just to see what kind of stories she could get. And she would regress them as far back as she possibly could. And there has been different people that she regressed who had stories of coming here as an alien from a different planet and basically like crash landing on the planet with just a group of like, you know, a few people, and they were kind of sent on a mission to come to Earth to maybe like get some minerals or something like that. And then they crashed on the Earth, and then there was like most of the people they were with like died out, and the person in it that had been regressed to this time, it was like they were kind of like human like beings, and the other people in the crew, like there's no way they could get back, and the other people that were in the crew were really upset about this. And you know, they end up kind of like most of them just end up dying from depression and everything. But she felt at the time, or he felt, it was a girl, but you know, that's being regressed, but she was a man in that life. And so in the life, he felt that they should at least try to help you know, interbreed with the humans. So at the time, it was kind of like early, like, you know, Neanderthal type humans that they were around, and he like he kept trying to breed with this female, and it wasn't working out. And you know, he tried so many times, and then eventually ended up working out. And you know, like most of the births didn't like end up, you know, it was mostly miscarriages, and then you know, someone was born. So I don't know. And then there was like, you know, there's other stories of people saying that, you know, that they were actually from a different race, that you know, when they were regressed, they said that they were from another race, and that they would be sent on missions to Earth to look at how Earth was evolving, even in like super ancient times when, like, you know, there were only like fish, like there weren't even really land animals yet, and they were helping kind of, it was like almost like they would like kind of prod the evolution of like certain things, like, you know, like fish that would start evolving to walk on land and things like that. It was apparently, from, you know, these accounts, it was like they would come in and just kind of like prod along the evolution a little bit here and there. And so I think that it's just, you know, it's like those are some stories, but to me it's also all the ancient archaeology, forbidden archaeology side of things. I think that, you know, I think ancient beings were coming here since the beginning of time, maybe several. You know, one thing that I really like to philosophically look into a lot is the fact that there's so many different races on the planet. There's so many different races of humans, and supposedly we all originated in South Africa, you know, and evolved to be the way we are in our different areas. But it's like, okay, like for me, I cannot wrap my mind around the fact that if I do an ancestry test, like I've done 23andMe before, and I don't understand how is it that your DNA shows that you're from a certain place on the planet. Like what exactly does that mean? Does that mean that, you know, your ancestors lived in this area and everyone in this area was kind of interbreeding for so long that they evolved to become like each other, and then they evolved to I don't know, to kind of maybe be like each other, look like each other. And I don't know, it just doesn't really make sense to me. And then it's like, oh, well, these are Germans, these are Norwegians because they're from here. It's like I just don't understand. I mean, you know, I know what the way that science says it's supposedly supposed to be, but you know, to me it's like I just don't get how your DNA could say that, you know, show that, you know, maybe like your ancestors moved here 10,000 years ago, all of a sudden, you know, to Germany from Africa or something, then all of a sudden they evolved. And you know, I don't know, it doesn't really make sense to me. Like it would make more sense to me if maybe throughout early prehistory, there were beings that were maybe either crash landing here on missions from different places, or, and then maybe at a certain time, like later. So there was already some things like that going on. And then maybe later, some other beings were sent to do some work here, maybe during the time of Lemuria, even before the time of the supposed the Anunnaki, like maybe, around the time of like Lemuria, some other beings came here and they kind of created their own place. Like from what I heard, like there was one planet that was like kind of not doing well, and they all kind of had to come here, send expeditions of people out here to kind of continue on their race. Supposedly that was what happened with Lemuria. I don't know if this is true or not, but I've
Heard that.
seen like collections of regressions about it, and I don't know, it makes a lot of sense to me. And then maybe like a little later, then Anunnaki came, and they to more of the area in Egypt or Peru. Maybe they had a place where they landed in Egypt and Peru, and they would do these experiments. I think Göbekli Tepe, there's been a lot of examinations of Göbekli Tepe. I read a whole book on it recently by Andrew Collins, and there's been a lot of basically like glyphs and everything there, where they show that they say that the Garden of Eden is there, and that they were genetically manipulating humans, and that's what they called the Garden of Eden. And apparently, like the inside of Göbekli Tepe looks a lot like a place that could have been used as a sort of like laboratory. And it's interesting because that would be, that's in Turkey, and that would be an area of the world that, that I believe Göbekli Tepe, parts of it, or over like 10,000 years old. I think 14,000 years old or older. And it would make sense because that is kind of in like the seat of civilization around, Iraq, Iran,
Syria.
Africa, Syria, that would be where the Sumerians would have been in that area. The Egyptians would have been kind of near there. So it makes sense to me that maybe this would have happened there. And obviously there's all the evidence of the ancient gold mines in South Africa. Like maybe they had to come here to mine the gold. Like that's the story, obviously, that everyone always talks about. I don't think, I need to get into all of that. But, obviously there's all these stories of these gold mines, and they found, I believe thousands of ancient gold mines. Michael Tellinger found them all over South Africa. And there's like literally, I believe like over like 10,000 of them. And some of them he said were like millions of years old, supposedly. So I think there's something to all this. And I think like humans were already here. I don't think that ETs created humans. I think that they were already here, and maybe they were already kind of helping prod along the evolution at certain times. And maybe there were certain times where they interbred with us, and maybe certain times where, they kind of helped us along a little more. And, a lot of people say like, they don't like to think of that because, when it comes to religion and everything. But to me, it's like that doesn't mean that God still isn't real. I feel that it's very likely that there's, I feel that God is real, and that, that doesn't mean that there aren't aliens out there. If you're a Christian, that doesn't mean that you can't believe that there are aliens out there, aliens that came to our planet and interbred with us. So I just wanted to say that.
Well, I think that's wonderful. Apolla, I'm going to get you to hold on right there as we have Apolla Asteria for another 30 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio. And when we return, we're going to shift our focus a little bit into what's happening today. How does this all translate into what's happening today in ufology? Is it disclosure? Is it confirmation? Is it about me dyeing my hair Apolla Asteria red for future shows? I really don't know. We'll find out what the tie is between all of it on our next segment of Spaced Out Radio right after this break. I'm loving this. Thank you.
I'm having a lot of fun. It's great to kind of nerd out here. I always enjoy doing
Yeah,
that.
you're doing great. Doing great.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't
Mm.
usually get to talk about all this in an interview, so I'm digging it.
Well, one of these days you get to bring me on.
Yeah, anytime. I actually have to do a show tomorrow at 5 p.m. I usually do one every Wednesday at 5 p.m. and I kind of forgot to find someone to come on. So I don't know if you're
I
free tomorrow, but
am
oh,
not
you're not free tomorrow. Yeah, you're not. Yeah, I
the
forgot.
one day I'm not free. I'm just throwing your YouTube channel up in our chat room here.
Also, if you could please promote my shaman spears. I have one here, shamanspears.com. That's what kind of funds me right now. My art
Those are
energy channeling devices.
Excuse me. Uh-huh. Let's see. Maybe I will. If I get into Vancouver early enough tomorrow, it's all about guitars and maybe a few tattoos.
Maybe you might get some tattoos there.
Why not?
That's
Why not?
awesome. Do you have any tattoos already?
Yeah, a couple. I haven't been inked in 23 years, so I'm due. Or 20 years, I'm due. Totally
Wow.
due. I
I haven't ever been able to do that because of acting. So, yeah, I don't know. I've thought about getting like the blacklight ink though. That sounds really cool.
That would be
I've seen
cool.
that before. Yeah.
I have to get a logo that came downloaded to me. I got to put that on. It's this
Oh,
one.
awesome.
Yeah, this one right there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, came in all colors, but that's the one that the blue is what stuck out to me.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
You said it came to you? It was a download?
Yeah. It was a really weird situation. My buddy Olaf Phillips called me at 3:33 in the morning. I was woken up by his phone call. I answer the phone. I'm like, "Hey, Olaf." My phone goes click. So, second later, Olaf calls me back, and the phone goes click again. I call him back. My phone goes click. He calls me back again. I'm like, "Everything okay?" And I hear, doo, 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 just like that. Like somebody's hitting the
Whoa.
dial pad. Doo, doo, doo. And immediately as I heard that sound, it was that shape that kept coming to me, but in all sorts of fluorescent type colors. And then,
Whoa.
so I immediately tried to meditate on him. Okay, like, what do you mean? What does this mean? Give me more. And then it just kind of faded out. And the next morning, Olaf calls me back and he says, "Dave, I never called you." I said, "What do you mean you didn't?" And he goes, my phone doesn't have record of you calling in or me calling you. He goes, "Are you sure it was my number?" And I screenshotted that it was his number that called me at 3:33 a.m.
That's really weird. Maybe you
Yeah.
were abducted.
Oh, probably.
You should try getting a regression on that.
I would love to. I would love to. Hi, Restore Belief with Nikki. How are you? She's a 2K'd Nikki. A 2K'd, two-eyed Nikki. I'll show you. Right there. Look at that. 2Ks, two eyes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of cool.
My middle name is Nicole. I always thought Nikki would be a cool name.
Are you a Nichol or a Nicole?
It's like Nichole.
Yeah, that's a nichole.
Nichole. Weird.
Pronouncing all the letters. We got 20 seconds here. Thank you to Apollo, Grant times 3, X1, Worsley, Stephen, and Smithy for this super chats tonight. Very much appreciate the love. Grab your swag on our website. Don't forget, everyone, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways. Let's do it right now. Past the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it. I want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do us a favor, hit that subscribe button. Sorry about that. Didn't want to go into robot mode there. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bubblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. All right, let's get right to it. Our good friend Apolla Asteria from Apolla's Odyssey podcast, YouTube channel, Apolla Asteria. Yep, she's everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's the redhead, Apolla Asteria, hanging on out. Thank you, my friend, for coming on in.
It's been great. I'm enjoying the show. Oh, echo there.
Well, there we go. I want to ask you in regards to, we've talked a lot about what happened in the past regarding ancient aliens leading up to today and a little few of the signals that they've left for us over time. Let's lead it into today where, there's this big plan and demand regarding disclosure. I think it's more of a confirmation. Where do you sit on all this news from today?
So I've been reporting on a lot of this over the past few years with Third Phase and Moon. As a panelist there and reporter or consultant, I guess there. I've been kind of, reporting all the latest in it, which has been very interesting. I also do that on my own show. So, it's been really crazy because it just seems to be ramping up more and more. And, I feel that there's something to this where it's like, I know a lot of people bring up the idea of Project Bluebeam. Maybe the reason why they're having disclosure is to relate to that. I don't know, but I feel that, to me, it's like, why was this all kept a secret in the first place? Has there been so much cover up since the beginning? Obviously all these ancient civilizations, they knew about who they were, but now I don't know, there was something that happened, and I think it was to do with probably the Crusades around that time was when all this stuff was kind of outlawed, I think, or knowing about these things, talking about these things. I think probably around that time these things sort of started becoming taboo to talk about. Then there was like all the witch burning stuff that happened around Europe. And I think it just kind of became taboo to talk about these things, even though I think the ancient people and people during that time probably always saw UFOs. I think this was something that was always happening. And I think there was just a certain point where people felt like they couldn't talk about it anymore. And then, a few generations later, then all of a sudden it's like no one really, saw these things as a reality anymore. Even though obviously we even have these ancient Renaissance paintings depicting UFOs in them. So, it's interesting. And I think what's happening right now is, obviously we just had this UFO hearing in Congress, which was kind of ridiculous. I mean, these people are not kind of ridiculous, very ridiculous. I mean, it was like every single instance or like major event that has happened, such as, I mean, one that really stood out to me was when they brought up, hey, what do you guys feel about, what does this committee feel about the incident where the UFOs came and basically deactivated all these like nuclear bases, and they had no idea what they were talking about. And it's like that, I feel like, how do they, you would think that that would be something very important that they would know about, you know? And it's like every single event that is like a major event that was reported in mainstream media and everything, when the committee was asked about it, they are just like, we don't know what you're talking about, we don't have enough evidence on that. So it was just really weird. It's like, are they just blatantly lying, or do these people, are they that oblivious, the people that are hired to be in charge of this committee? So I don't know what's going on here, but you know, I just feel part of it, I think it has a lot to do with covering up or suppressing technologies. I think that's a major part of what's going on here. Because, you know, if supposedly, I mean, you know, who was it? The prime minister, or I believe it was like the prime minister of the space administration, or the space administrator in Israel. I forget what the term of his like name was, but Haim Eshed, he came out last year and said that our government has been working with 3 ET races or 4 ET races since like the late 30s, early 40s. And also the ex-prime minister of defense in Canada came out 7 years ago and said basically the same thing. And these aren't just, you know, people in our, like in the disclosure scene that, you know, I mean, these are people that are actually very much involved in politics and meeting with world leaders every day. So you would think that if they say this, they probably know what they're talking about. So, I mean, you know, this is just kind of weird to me. And I think part of what's going on here is that they would have liked, I mean, I think there's like a few different aspects of this. One is that, you know, they feel that people will freak out and like lose it if they hear that, you know, aliens are real and that they're coming here, UFOs, which obviously was shown during the War of the Worlds broadcast when that happened, with H.G. Wells, and he came on the radio and started talking. People started jumping off buildings and killing themselves because they thought that the story he was telling was real. But I feel that consciousness, I think we're being prepared through media, through entertainment, through Hollywood. You can see like even in the younger generation, like all the kids now, most of the TV shows and movies for kids have aliens in them that are like these friendly aliens that like the main character becomes friends with or something, you know. So I think in a way I can see why there would be an importance to have a soft, like slow disclosure. But also there's the aspect of, I feel that a major part of this was that they were trying to suppress these technologies that they had. And I think now that we're becoming more of a spacefaring civilization, and with SpaceX, Blue Origin, all these companies taking off, I think it's kind of come to a point where they can't really hide technologies they have anymore. They can't just like sit there and not disclose anything now that more people are waking up to what's going on. And, you know, and I think also it's like people are demanding answers now. People always kind of joke about the whole Area 51 raid that happened 2 years ago. But if you think about it, when that happened, I think it was 2019. After that happened, a lot of disclosure happened, you know, with the government. So I think these things are actually really important. It seemed like a joke, but I think people actually coming forward and demanding answers is important. But I think that, you know, like I said, I feel there are two parts of this. One is the suppressed technologies. And a lot of that can also have to do with, you know, some of these suppressed technologies, or maybe something within our government that they don't want foreign powers to know that we have, so they can't suppress them, or they can't release them, whether it's our government or, you know, other black budget kind of corporations they're working with. So I don't know. I just feel like the thing I always say when it comes to all this is why the secrecy in the first place? Like, why was this? I mean, the ancient people knew this was all going on. Why did we have this secrecy all along? You know, when did that happen? I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, I don't think we would have to deal with this whole process of, you know, people being terrified of aliens and like killing themselves if they think that they're real. I don't think that would have been a thing that we would have had to worry about if, you know, we were always in the mindset of what was going on. And I think, you know, there are certain powerful, or one in particular, powerful religious organization that has kept a lot of these secrets. I think, you know, the Crusades, even, you know, the conquistadors, when they were coming out here, burning all the ancient Aztec and Mayan books, that was something that, you know, was not good. I think, you know, the burning of the Library of Alexandria, when that happened, all these things, I think really what that was, you know, the Vatican taking control of this knowledge and this history. And, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, blame any organization or whatever. I probably shouldn't name any organization.
I totally understand. I mean, the secrets that are hidden in the Vatican, we'll never know. You know, whether it is ancient life or how life started or whatever. I mean, they seem pretty strict on who it can and cannot go in there. I do.
Though? Why? Like, what bothers me? It's like, shouldn't these things of antiquity, they're important for the entire human race that we all deserve, because we're all descended from the people. Everyone on the planet is descended from the people that, you know, had these things in ancient times. So why would we not be allowed to know what are in these ancient books? And
I have no idea.
Scrolls?
You know, that is a very powerful question, much like the question I'm going to ask you. And I stated this speaking at the MUFON Symposium a couple of weeks ago, and I've been saying it for about a year and a half, 2 years now. The most important question that we need to figure out from everybody involved in this, whether it's the Pentagon, the media, which will never ask the question, and that is, why now? There was no reason for all of this to happen the last 5 years. It's not just because somebody went on a whim, hey, let's start a group called the To the Stars Academy, and we'll put all the blame on a rock star who quit his band. And it plays ugly Gibson guitars, by the way, just for the record. And, you know, and then, you know, we'll hype up the world about this. To me, there's only two solutions. Number one being Stephen Greer is right, and we are preparing for an alien invasion, false flag. Or number two, which is the phone call came and the call was answered and a date had been given to when they're coming. They being terrestrials. Because otherwise, none of this makes sense. None of it. There's no purpose to it.
Yeah, you know, I agree. Those two, I feel, would be the major reasons why this would really be happening now. Besides the fact that another thing is, I almost feel that it could be almost embarrassing for them to continue to keep it secret at this point with so much coming out. And, you know, the internet is like, people are sharing so much information now. I feel like it's like the government has to make some sort of statement at this point. But, you know, besides that, I think what you just mentioned, you know, Project Bluebeam, I'm a little worried about that. But at the same time, it's like, so many people have talked about this. It's like, I always say, it's like, so many people have talked about this, then how could it happen at this point? Like, everyone knows. But I mean, I guess that's me saying this when, you know, or all of us out there in this kind of UFO disclosure community that are saying this, but I think like the average Joe on the street wouldn't know about what Project Bluebeam is. I mean, I've asked tons of people, I bring it up all the time, and people are like, I don't know what that is. What are you talking about? So, and it's like when you try to explain it, it sounds crazy. So it's like, I don't know. That is one thing. But then also what I was saying about, the Anunnaki and like coming around every 3,600 years or whatever it is, what Zacharias Sitchin had written and, or the Sumerians had written and, what all these ancient cultures around the world have kind of talked about. I mean, it could be likely that maybe they're coming back around and like maybe this was like a time like their planet is coming, planet X, Nibiru, maybe it's kind of coming back into our star system. Supposedly it's coming from like behind the sun. That's why we can't see it. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's the truth, but I feel that, it could be likely, like maybe they do come around every so many years and they're getting ready to come here now. And I mean, and if that's the case, I mean, that would be crazy. I mean, supposedly these are like beings that are, like 15, 30 feet tall, and from all the ancient depictions of them. So that, I mean, that would be really crazy if that happened. And it's like if they felt like this was their planet and that they'd been here longer or something. I mean, from the ancient stories, it was like some of them didn't like the humans and then some of them did. It was kind of like there was a divide between it. So, I mean, if that happens again and they come back and take over their temples and start doing work here or something, that would be very interesting. But I don't know how everyone on the planet would react to that. I mean, so who knows? I mean, maybe they are coming just to meet with some politicians or something, and then they want to leave. Like, who knows? I mean, I think they already had their thing of like coming here to mine gold forever ago. So why would they need to come back and do that again? I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some other kind of beings that are coming here. Maybe, a lot of people talk about there being some sort of galactic federation, and that supposedly they were waiting for everyone on Earth to evolve to a certain point, consciously, to where we were ready to accept and living in a star system and kind of intermingling with the other beings of our star system and beyond, which would be really amazing if we could do that. We could start bartering with, aliens from other planets. Like maybe we could start, going on trips to other planets and going on vacations to go, see other planets and meet other beings. Like that would be really cool. I don't know. Like I know a lot of people are like terrified of the idea of aliens coming here, but I feel that if it was something to be terrified of, then something bad would have already happened a long time ago. I feel
And I
that.
agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, maybe there are like some races that would be a little kind of have some darker intentions, and maybe that's something that's kind of played out in our politics here on the planet. Who knows? But, I think what would be really amazing is, if there are, I mean, supposedly, there's Pleiadians, Arcturians, Greys, like there's all these different beings out there that, have been abducting humans. And I mean, I have my own stories. I know a lot of people that have their own stories of, meeting with like Pleiadians and Arcturians and, these different beings. And like, what if we started just intermingling with them and we were able to start going off planet and meeting them and, maybe taking, going on adventures to other planets. Like, I'm sure, like it would be like a Star Wars, like Star Trek kind of like future. Like that, wouldn't that be amazing if we could go to some planets that are maybe more of like an interplanetary hub where there's like beings from like all over, and we start building space habitats and start going out there and meeting these different beings and like bartering, like trading our art and things like that. Like that, to me, like that would be really freaking cool. I would absolutely love to do that. I think that would be amazing. So I don't think, people should be scared about this. I think this is just the next step. And once we become a type 1 civilization or type 2 civilization, I mean, the whole planet will be completely abundant energetically. We would be living off free energy if we get to that point of harnessing the energy of our planet and harnessing the power of the sun, becoming a type 2 civilization. If we're able to do that, that means everyone on the planet would have free energy, and we should be able to no longer be a prison planet and actually take control of our own lives and, you know, be able to live in a much freer and abundant world.
I get that. And I can appreciate that, because I mean, that's the big thing. I mean, it's just the same thing of what are they hiding at Area 51? Are they hiding a lot of these free energy types of machinery or engines or something along those lines? Like, we don't know what we have. I know someone, and I talked to someone recently who worked at Area 51 for 12 years. And this person swears that there's no alien technology that he's seen at Area 51. But that may have disappeared over the years and moved to other locations. But the free energy thing, along with, anything to do with, hypersonic speed, I mean, it just goes to show how, all you got to do is look at the sky to see how antiquated we are, or look at these giant windmills creating energy, how behind we are. And hopefully one day the aliens, whoever they are, whatever they are, if they're benevolent, will allow us the ability to catch up.
I think that would be amazing. And, I think it would be amazing if they came back and progressed us. I mean, if they were coming in these ancient times, like all the ancient stories say, and giving the early humans the knowledge on mathematics and farming and, things like that, building and, just general knowledge like that, then it would make sense, I guess, if they came back and gave us more knowledge on, maybe like anti-gravity, free energy, like that would be really amazing. So, I mean, I hope that happens. I think that would be great.
Well, we have about 2 minutes to go with you tonight. And as I squish a mosquito in my hand, I would like to say thank you so much for coming on the show, Apolla. This was so much fun and amazing, and we definitely got to do this again.
Oh, definitely. I'm down anytime. I've had a great time.
Yeah, me too. Could you do me a favor over the next 90 seconds? And that would be to tell our audience in Radio Land and YouTube Land and wherever they're listening, where they can find all of your information and your research.
All right. Well, I am actually planning on getting a book together, so I don't have research I can give out right now, but come see me at any of the conferences. You can follow me on Facebook, Apolla Asteria, Instagram, Apolla's Odyssey, my website, www.apollasteria.com. I sell my art right here, my shaman spears, which are uniquely handcrafted energy channeling devices, at shamanspears.com. Really appreciate the support, and if you purchase my art, I ship out next day. They're really awesome energy channeling devices that have crop circles all over them. And I'm planning on writing a book. I've actually already started working on it, so I'm really excited about that, and that will be on my presentation material I've been giving on solutions for humanity over the years here. But in the meantime, shamanspears.com, check out my art, apollasteria.com, and just follow me on Facebook. Really is where I share like most of what I'm doing in my adventures. I love when people can see my adventures. And please subscribe to my YouTube channel, Apolla's Odyssey. That would be amazing. I'm getting my subscribers up there. I have like close to 6,000 now. I've been doing it for like a year. So, yeah.
Good for you. Good for you. Well, Apolla, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on Spaced Out Radio tonight, and keep up the great work. Honestly, I think you're starting to move some fences, and it really, really looks good on you, and keep it up because you deserve it. And we're definitely going to bring you back in the future to hang out with us once again to talk some UFOs. ApollaAsteria.com is Apolla's website. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller joins us for another edition of Spooky Stories. Then it's Super Duke and the Cryptid Report. Great show. Great show.
Yeah, it was really
Bravo.
fun.
That was fun. That was fun.
Yeah,
Appreciate
it's really great to be on here. Thank you so much for having me on.
Anytime. Anytime. And anytime you want me on, just get a hold of me.
Yeah, after I get back from Crete, probably would be a good time. Yeah.
I will be there.
Sweet.
I
I'm
will be
excited.
there. Anyways, I will let you go. I got to prepare for hour 3. And I really, really appreciate you. Really
I appreciate you too. It was a great night.
All right. Take care, Apolla.
All right. See you later, Dave.
Later.
Have a good one.
Bye. All right. Super Quest, how you doing? Hey, Dutch. You're Dutch. I hate to tell you, but you're Dutch. I'll be right back. Hey, Dutchman, I got to actually talk to you soon about your former business. So I will be back here momentarily. All right. Oh, Dirty Filth went off the air. Sorry about that. I did not know. Let's remove him then. Remove him, the dirteth filth. Sorry about that. Hey, Kawhi, how you doing? Look at that little bastard biting me. He dead. Super Duke is up next. All right. It's going to be a little bit extra longer after show because I have to edit 2 shows for tonight. Cat probably did get his camera. You're right. It was his cat. He's like, I didn't hang up on my stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you did, you weirdo.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Let's kick off the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. What do you got for us, Clam? Zapoli. Zapoli is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. All right, let's get to it. It's time for us to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller has a spooky story for us.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. A little about me. I'm a 26-year-old male who has spent a lot of time outdoors, and inevitably, I have found myself in a couple sketchy situations, usually weather, wildlife, or injury related. On one particular occasion, I had to scale a steep hillside in the rain that was entirely slate to get the attention of rescuers for a medically stranded friend. This summer's camping trip was definitely something else. I was doing a 2.5-day solo trip through the Olympic National Rainforest in Washington State. I had my typical kit for this kind of trip. In addition to the basic camping equipment, I carried a couple MREs and some fresh fruit, bear mace, map and compass, flares, and a basic first aid kit. Of course, I also brought my Smith & Wesson M&P. I've learned from past experience to be overly prepared. I knew it was probably going to rain at some point, but hoped for an overall easygoing trip. Unfortunately, there would be nothing easy about it. The first day went according to plan, but was grueling. It was hot and humid, and I went through more of my water than I anticipated. I kept myself on pace by whistling and singing to myself as I walked. That night, I did the usual setting up of camp, getting a small fire going, and eating dinner. I was beat and was practically falling asleep sitting up when I heard something that made my eyes snap wide open. The distinct whooshing sound of something rubbing up against my nylon tent. Normally, I would chalk it up to the wind, but that night was completely still. I realized this at the time, and then I looked up and noticed that the bugs and frogs had all gone completely silent. It may sound silly or cliche to those who haven't experienced it, but total silence in the forest at night means trouble. I chambered around and made my way over to investigate what was rubbing up on my tent. As soon as I started moving, the sound stopped. As I approached, I did not see anything obvious, but in the dim moonlight, I saw a figure several feet away. At first glance, it didn't look like much, but the longer I stared, the more it looked like a person hunched over. It appeared to have long, skinny arms and legs, and looked to be hiding its head in its hands, almost like it was trying to hide its face. I went into my tent to grab my flashlight, but by the time I shone it in the direction of that creature, it was nowhere to be seen. I was a little unnerved, to say the least. I had my pistol close at hand that night, and despite my best efforts to fall asleep, I couldn't help but notice that there was no sound of wildlife the entire night. If this wasn't a deafening silence, I don't know what was. The next day was miserable. Nothing but rain, which made the already rocky trail even more treacherous, forcing me to move slowly. The whole day, I didn't see any wildlife, but I felt eyes on me. I would hear a light scampering behind me like something was following me, but when I'd turn around, there would be nothing there but the trail behind me and the thick brush. Eventually, the rain became so heavy on the leaves above me and the hood of my raincoat that I could not hear anything. This only added to my anxiety. It became so heavy at one point that I stopped in a small cave to wait it out. I was exhausted, soaking wet with rain gear, and in pain from taking more than a few spills on the slippery trail. I ate an MRE and took check of what gear was wet and what was dry. I continued whistling to myself just to keep my spirits up. The rain didn't stop until it was dark. I didn't even bother setting up my tent, seeing as everything was wet, and once again, I was too tired to keep my eyes open. At some point in the night, I was jolted awake once again. Clear as day, I heard someone whistling in the distance. It was one of the same tunes I'd whistled throughout the last 2 days. I poked my head out of the cave, just to see if another hiker was out late at night. It was raining again, not nearly as hard as earlier, but between the rain and it being 3 a.m., it didn't make sense for any other people to be out and about. Getting a bad feeling, I decided to start packing up my gear. As I started getting out of the cave, I saw movement just outside. I shone my light for just a fraction of a second. I saw a hand wrapping around the edge of the cave entrance. It was gnarly looking, gray, skeletal, and the fingernails were dirty and looked more like claws. But it was clearly a human hand. As soon as the light hit the hand, drew back. Someone was clearly watching me and did not want to be seen. I held up my pistol and called out, "I'm armed. Announce yourself." What happened next was one of the creepiest experiences I've ever had. There were a few seconds of silence. Then I heard someone just outside the cave whistling my tune. It echoed off the cave walls and was deafening. I didn't waste a second. I fired off 3 rounds into the forest, just as a precaution, and booked it out of the cave. I was fortunately right by the trail, and I started sprinting back to where I knew, or at least hoped, my car should be waiting. The whole time I ran, I heard whistling coming from every direction and the footsteps rushing alongside me. Soon, I became too exhausted to keep running, and eventually had to start moving tactically. Pistol down, rushing to spots I could potentially hide, and crouching to catch my breath. During this time, the whistling continued. At one point, I was so exhausted, I almost gave up. I thought I could just sit down, just for a moment. I really just wanted to sit down for a minute. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but something in my head told me that this was not an acceptable option. I had to keep moving, And so I did something that I sworn to myself I'd never do. I abandoned my gear on the trail and booked it. After a few minutes of running, I exited the forest, and as soon as I was out, the whistling stopped. I didn't stop running though. I eventually found my car and sped all the way home. A couple days later, my brother accompanied back to see if the rangers had found the gear I had left behind. The first ranger at first tried to nail me for littering in the park when I told him I was being chased by some unseen whistler. He of course did not believe me. Another ranger, who appeared to be Native American, overheard our argument and convinced the first ranger to leave me alone. The second ranger gave me a very stern look and said, "Don't ever whistle in these woods. There are things out here that take that as a dinner invitation." He told me that they would keep a sharp eye out for my belongings, but would not speak any more on what have probably been chasing me. After doing some research, I believe I was being stalked by stick people. Regardless, since then, I don't whistle while I walk through any patch of woods anymore.
Yeah, never whistle in the woods. You never know what is going to be chasing you down. Thank you to Swamp Dweller for another great spooky story here on Spaced Out Radio. And of course, you could go subscribe to Swamp Dweller's YouTube channel. Go to youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads. He's got thousands of stories just like that one ready for you to listen to. All right, it is time once again where we bring in Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio for the Cryptid Report. Super Duke comes on in for World Bigfoot Radio to line us all up with another spooky story coming from the woods, from around the world. And Duke, it's been a while since you've been on. You've been out trouncing around the mountains of Montana looking for Sasquatch. You find anything?
Oh, yeah. Yep, most definitely. And by the way, well, as long as we're on the subject of Swampy there, talking about don't whistle in the woods, that's very good advice, because in addition to things like stick Indians that it might attract, Guglies whistle, mountain giants whistle, Sasquatch whistle too. All things that aren't birds that whistle are really dangerous. Don't whistle in the woods. So that's just sound advice. Yeah, what have we been doing? Oh, we've been trying to get out in the woods as much as we can, trying to figure out what we've got planned for August, how many people are going to show up for that. I'm wondering if you're going to be one of them. So you need to figure that out if you're going to be here or not before all the time slots are filled up. And I just got to go up to the ghost town of Coloma again. We were up there in June, filmed a video on that. And then I got to go up there, was it Sunday before last, with a viewer of my channel who is a native lady from the Kiowa tribe, was up here visiting. And she got her truck, and we went and drove up to Coloma and spent about 3 hours walking around. And a couple interesting things happened. One was that we were walking up this trail that I hadn't been up before. She was exploring it with me. And along the way, as we're going up, of course, I'm watching the ground because I'm looking for tracks. And secondarily, there's big chunks of quartz all over the place. So I'm looking for those too. So we go up there and, get up there quite a ways and don't see much of anything interesting. Don't hear any vocalizations. Turn around, come back down. On the way back down, there's a deer antler laying there that definitely wasn't there on the way up. Remembering I'm looking at the ground and it's sitting right there. Well, okay, where did this come from? So she decided to keep that as memento. And then we went down the mountain from the ghost town proper, where we had never actually been before. And while we were down there driving around, I saw this really beaten down game trail coming down the mountain as we were going around a curve. And I went, wait. That's like the most heavy traffic game trail of all time. Stop. I got to go check that out. And she goes, seriously? And I'm like, yeah, I bet you anything there's a Bigfoot track on it. And she will vouch that I said that. We go back and we start walking up that game trail. We get 3 steps. There's the first 18-inch Bigfoot track. 2 more steps. There's the next 18-inch Bigfoot track. 2 more steps. There's the next one. He had come down, and it turned out it wasn't a game trail, somebody had Highland cows grazing up there, and it was a cow path in addition to being a game trail, and elk and deer and everything else using it. And at some point, this big old boy decided he had to make it down this trail really fast. And apparently when he was coming down it, the conditions were very slippery. So it's really obvious where the tracks are, because every time he put his foot down, he slid between 4 inches and a foot, and it dug his toes in to stop from sliding. So there's these little craters all the way down the hill where his toes kept digging in. So this was really fun to film. And at that point, we were practically out of time, so we had to jump back in the truck and get out of there. But again, didn't get skunked. And this is the by far the longest trackway of tracks that size that I've ever found. So that was extra, extra cool. And then the day after I got back, one of our viewers had watched the Coloma video and sent me a bunch of screen captures and went, "Hey, Duke, there's one right here. Hey, Duke, there's one right here." Well, I wish you would have done this 3 days ago before I was up there so I could have filmed the comparison video. But
Right.
okay, now I have to go back again, I guess. Also excited about one of my pet theories for a long, long time about the critter that I made your birthday special for, Dave. Have you seen that yet? If not, you need to go watch it, because we may have figured out, or more precisely me, I'm giving myself the credit because I'm the one that figured this out. But look, if there's any kind of weird cryptid going around, it's either probably something that used to be around that everybody think is extinct, or something that used to be around mixed with something else that somebody was playing Mr. Science with, and it's running around. So either way, it behooves you to look into the archaeological, paleontological bone record and see what you can find. And there's actually some good candidates for Sasquatch there, but all the remains they found are so old they can't extract DNA, so they're not sure what they're dealing with. So we have to kind of put that aside for now. Could be, maybe not. We don't know. But one that's always interested me, of course, is the Gugwe. And if you look at the Beast of Seven Shoots picture and some of the other decent pictures that have been taken of them, they look sort of like a baboon. They've got this baboon-like snout, so they're pretty easy to distinguish from a Bigfoot. And now just recently, one of my friends got a really great picture of one sitting in the bushes, giving them the ominous stare. This thing just does not look friendly. And it's blending with the bushes, so it's the same color, but you can see the outline of everything perfect, including the little white tip down at the end of its nose and where its mouth is and the whole thing. The rest of them's all blending in. So they send me this perfect picture, and I send them back a picture of a Dinopithecus skull. And they about took a dump in their drawers. Because it's identical. And that's been my theory for a long time, that what we're really dealing with here, what a Gugwe really is either the beast itself or a direct descendant of Dinopithecus, which was a not that long ago extinct variety of giant baboon. It's exactly the right size.
I have something for you that I heard a story today. So a gentleman who lives out of town, kind of in the mountains by me, about a year ago, he's riding his Harley home, and it's at night. Got his high beams on that are kind of half blocked due to his saddlebag on the front of his handlebars. And all of a sudden, in front of him, he sees this creature come out of the ditch. It is on all fours. At first, he thought it was a bear. But the problem is, by the time this creature got its butt out of the ditch, the head of the creature was already past the yellow center line on the road by about 3 feet.
Oh, God.
What are we dealing with here, Duke? Because you're dealing with something crawling on all fours that's approximately 12 feet, 14 feet.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's really big. I would need more specific details. The standard size Dinopithecus was already gigantic on all fours. It was looking eye to eye with you. So if it's standing up, figure about 9 feet. And that's pretty much what gets described for Gugwe all the time, which is another dead ringer. And we're actually dealing with the same critter. They're not entirely extinct. And that's bad news. Baboons are very smart. They work in groups. One of my friends was recently telling me he was watching a little documentary about baboons capturing dogs and keeping them for the same purpose primitive men did, as early warning devices, keeping them around their groups and feeding them and taking care of them just like we would a dog. But now the dog's trained to bark at humans and everything else because it's defending the baboons. So if they're smart enough to do that on the small scale, what can the big ones do?
Well, I mean, this guy's a pretty burly biker, about 6'1", about 350 pounds. Big boy. Okay? Big boy as I'm trying to kill this mosquito that's bugging me here. And he was scared. He was absolutely scared. And he doesn't know what it was. He goes, a car could not have gone around this as it was skirting across the road. That's how big it was. From the butt coming out of the ditch to the head, which is now 3 feet past the line. So I thought, Duke, maybe a Sasquatch on all fours, a big
It's
one,
possible. Yeah, it would have to be a really big one.
or a Dogman.
Yeah, either one's possible. Again, need more details. Need more specific details other than
said it
huge
was
thing
dead.
on all fours.
Now, this guy has grizzly bears and black bears running through his yard
Right.
often, frequent
Well,
enough.
up there, pretty much everybody knows what a bear looks like. They're not going to mistake that for,
Yeah.
something else.
Yeah. And that's where I kind of, I'm like, can I come up there? Can you show me where to go? He goes, it was a year ago. He goes, but I recall where it happened. And so he wants to potentially take us up there to have a look-see, but he was scared, curious. He almost went back the next day to see if there was any tracks.
Whoa.
But I don't know, man. Like, I cannot figure out what that could be.
Wow. Well, you guys are up there in Cryptidville. There's all kinds of weird, primitive, rare, deadly cryptids up there that you can have fun with. Unfortunately.
Well, I know he's in a Sasquatch area.
Yep.
I know that's easy for me to say, but last year we actually went out on a call about a gentleman who reported he was coming out of the mountains and he reported that he had a Sasquatch cross in front of him on the road. That scared him. So he started gunning it to get out of the area. And as he's gunning it out of the area, he sees white light on the road. He stares out of through his windshield and notices a black triangle over top of his vehicle.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Talk about, the double whammy right there.
Yeah, that's just a bit much for all at one time. Way too much.
That black triangle took him. It did. There was some missing time.
The TR3Bs. Ooh, gotta love them.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep. I'm looking forward to getting out in the field here some more. I got some more stuff coming up. Other people from other states supposedly coming here, and Dave too supposedly coming here. When are you coming down, Dave?
Oh, good. Gosh. I want to get my trailer and my side-by-side fixed. Once I got that done, man, it's open season. It's open season.
Well, hopefully that won't take you too long because you can't get into the high passes here once they close them.
Well, I got the side-by-side. I just got to get it fixed. I just got to get a trailer for it. Once I get my trailer for it, I'll insure it and we'll head on down.
Right on. As long as you can make it here before the end of September, it's all good. That's when they start closing the passes.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Duke, hold on. We're going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Super Duke and the Cryptid Report on Spaced Out Radio. We always have a good time when the Bearded Wonder from World Bigfoot Radio is here talking some monsters with us. We'll We'll be back with more Spaced Out Radio, the final half hour next. Let us give a little finger shake to Marlena here. She says, I'm very late.
Yes, you are. I want to see 10 push-ups and 5 laps around the gym from you right now, young lady. Go, go, go.
Mm-hmm.
It was just on my show a couple weeks ago. Sunday, we had a really good one, Dave. We had Bigfoot in Germany, Robert Boston, who's been on your show before.
Great guy.
And we were both talking about paranormal because it's a woo-tacular July over on my channel. Nothing but woo, so much woo. Ric Flair would be saying woo if he saw it. That's how much woo.
Makes me feel good. Makes me feel good.
Yeah, we were both doing that. Well, let's trade stories of paranormal stuff. And it was kind of an interesting exchange because every single thing we were talking about, we had video and pictures of it. So it turned into a real interesting show. As I was going along putting it together, I'm like, oh, this one's going to actually be pretty decent. Oh, I know where the picture of that is. Yeah, the Bigfoot coming out of the tree. Okay, I got that one. Yeah, the cloaking thing. Okay. This will be woo-tacular. But had a lot of fun with that. And trying to get him to get up here this summer at some point too. Apparently Cindy Ann Goodbreak and one of her friends is coming over. Nate Rudd's supposed to be coming over this month. We'll see who all ends up showing up here. But,
hey, if Nate Foot is going to be there, I'm going to work my butt off to get down there, man. I the only thing I got to hide for is my nephew's wedding, which unfortunately I'm still you know?
Well, if you had to come down here at the same time, then you couldn't be there. Hint, hint.
Well, I know that, but I do like my nephew. The emergency dink I don't like, but my nephew I do like.
Join the emergency dink.
I got to get a T-shirt about that. Emergency dink.
Yep. Just some total Dorkenheimer with a little safety hat with a little revolving red light on it. Emergency dink.
Mm-hmm. You got that right.
Well, I got this story I want to share with you guys, but it's so long I don't know if I can do all of it.
If you have to boot me from the news, we can do it.
Or we could do the news and then I could finish the story after the news when the show's like.
Don't worry about the news. Don't worry. I can edit the news. It's easier for me.
It's 16 pages.
Holy cow.
Might be able to get through the whole thing. Well, they're like big type though. So
okay. Michael Gutierrez has it right. Fig jam. Frick, I'm good. Just ask me. Super Duke. Super Duke.
Hey, as long as I'm on the air here and Marilena's in the chat room, Robin wants to talk to you, Marilena, so you need to get a hold of her.
I like Robin.
The amazing Robin. Robin has to help 2 of my friends tomorrow that both have issues and need to talk to her. So I did. One of them's been waiting about 2 months, and the other one's been a couple, 2-3 weeks, and it's nothing pressing. So they're like, well, just whenever she's got time. Well, I talk to her every day. I know when she's got time, and it doesn't happen very often. So they've been waiting quite a while to get a chance to talk to her.
She is really one of the sweetest people involved in this field. Really is.
Most people don't know how much of a superhero she is, too, because there's constantly people getting a hold of her that have like everything from really serious life and death issues down to I've just been confused about this for years. Please help me. And she never charges anybody a damn penny to help them. And she spends a lot of her time doing that.
She is a gem. She truly is a gem. That is for sure.
And she's pretty damn accurate because you hardly ever hear anybody going, well, she told me wrong things about it. Nope. Nope. That doesn't happen.
Nope. Not letting it happen.
Nope. Well, the native lady, Shana, who went to Coloma with me, she can mind speak to a certain extent too. So it was fun having her getting a read on what was going on up there while I was up there with her. because when we had camped up there a few weeks before, we actually get phone signal up there. So when we had something going on, I'd call Robin, go, hey, talk to these guys. What's going on? Totally cheating.
Nice.
Well, hell, if you can totally cheat, why not do it? So, yeah, I can't talk to him. I can't mind speak, but I know somebody that can. I'll just call her.
You can hold on right there, my friend. And I just want to say a big thank you tonight to Apollo, Grant with the hat trick, X1, Worsley, Stephen, and Smithy for the amazing super chats tonight. Thank you very much for the love. And here comes the final half hour with Duked Out Radio. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate you tuning us on in. Reminder to each and every one of you that if you've checked out and missed out on our archives, they're all free. Go to any podcast center or youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. All right, let's continue on with the Cryptid Report. Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio has a cryptid story for us. Take it away, Duke.
Big Sky, howdy, everybody. This, again, is a book that I have referenced before, Solomon Island Mysteries by Marius Boyran. And actually, I'd like to give a shout out to the lovely Solveig Folkreim, who actually sent me this for a Christmas present. She runs Crypto Sweden on YouTube and is my resident troll expert on staff. So anyway, this story is one that I've been trying to get a chance to read to you guys for quite a while now. It's one of it's my favorite story in this book, and it is the story of Luti Mikode, chief of the giants. Luti Mikode was born, to my understanding, between the years 1860 and 1870 to a family of giants that lived inside the dense tropical rainforest mountain ranges of central Guadalcanal near Mount Popomaneso. He grew up like every other normal giant boy, while living in the nurturing embrace of his family and his clan's people. The Mikode clan had lived in their large cave for centuries amongst all the other giant clans of the tranquil mountain jungles of the interior, gathering taro roots, tapioca plants, and hunting wild pigs, and the occasional coastal human. Life continued on peacefully, as it always had. But there was one thing that happened that changed all that forever, and it all concerned a tobacco pipe. And this is interesting. Don't forget the tobacco pipe, because nowadays we kind of think of it as a plague on society. It gives you lung cancer, you die, it's bad. And back in the olden days, it was a ceremonial thing. You would throw a pinch of tobacco to the spirits, or you'd give some to the little people or Bigfoot or something like that, so they wouldn't stomp on you or shoot you full of arrows. So again, in this context, tobacco is actually a good thing. So concerning the tobacco pipe, strangely, the tobacco pipe became a most significant item in changing the relationship between the giants of the Solomon Islands and the coastal people. Luti Mikode's grandmother enjoyed smoking tobacco, and she was in possession of a white man's pipe, which had an engraved sailing ship on its side. Another giant from her clan had acquired this pipe from one of the coastal humans they had killed for food, and had given it to her as a present, as the story goes. One evening, while the Mikode family were all relaxing together in their cave abode, Luti Mikode's grandmother, who was a big woman, accidentally stepped on her precious pipe, breaking it and rendering it useless. As time went by, she became grief-stricken and mourned the loss of her smoking implement, as she had used it for a long time and grown very attached to it. Grandma's grief for her broken pipe continued as the weeks went by, and there seemed to be nothing any of them could do to cheer her up. Concerned by Grandma's prolonged sadness, the family decided that the only real remedy to cure her heartbreak was to get a similar pipe for her. The big question was how they were going to acquire it. It was well known to everyone within the Mikode family that Grandma's pipe had originally belonged to the white men with the tall sailing ships, similar to the one engraved on it. From time to time, they observed these white men taking their coastal human beings away. So a decision was made that the next time one of these tall ships arrived, one of them would have to go down to the coast and see if they could procure another pipe for Grandma from one of these strange-looking white men. Another big question was, who was going to do that? Well, Ludi Makoti was the youngest member of the family, and at the age of 10, or maybe younger, he was only a mere 5 to 6 foot tall giant boy. So the family decided he was the obvious choice amongst them to go, as he would be less likely to arouse suspicion of his true identity. If the coastal people found out what his true identity was whilst he was among them, his life would surely be in danger. To make him less conspicuous, the family trimmed his hair off his body and made him some grass string apparel to wear around his waist, so he would appear more similar to the people of the coast when he arrived. Apparently, some religious custom rituals were also performed. With everything organized and Ludi and some of his family taking a vantage point in the mountains with a view to the sea, all they had to do then was watch and wait for a white man's tall ship to arrive. A few weeks later, a ship arrived on the coast of the village, where they always docked, which is now Honiara, the capital of the Solomon Islands. With his important mission for Grandma in mind, Ludi Makoti bid his farewell and made his way down to the mountains to where the tall ship was anchored. There were hundreds of coastal people gathered around the white man when he arrived at the tall ship. Ludi knew that if he were to find another smoking pipe for Grandma, he would have to somehow get it from these white men. In his hidden traditional disguise, he moved unnoticed through the crowds toward the white men. Whilst in among the crowd, Ludi observed that after the white men offered beads, looking glasses, and other trivial items to the crowd, some of the coastal people were going aboard the ship, and Ludi thought he might possibly find a new smoking pipe there. These natives were being taken away for sale as laborers in the sugarcane fields of Queensland, Australia. Even though slavery officially ended in the 1860s in the U.S., the then unfederated Australia was just starting up its own slave trade. Despite the harsh treatment of these indentured islander slaves received whilst in Queensland, it was nothing compared to what the Australian Aboriginals received. At the time, they were considered to be less than animals. A distance separated the two white men from the crowd, as the majority of the people were only there for curiosity's sake. Compelled to find a pipe for Grandma, Ludi approached the two men in the hope that he might be able to go on the ship and look around for one. However, when the two white men took one look at Ludi, they seductively ushered him aboard, all the while thinking what a good price they would get for such a strong specimen, although he was a little grotesque looking for a Kanaka. Ludi, still concerned about Grandma's smoking pipe, went naively along with the white fellows down into the hull of the ship, where he and the rest of the Solomon Islanders were placed in cages and the doors slammed shut. With no escape, Ludi soon realized things had gone dramatically wrong for him. The ship set sail that day with Ludi impounded in the cage. When he realized the situation he now found himself in, he became very anxious and upset. During the voyage to Queensland, his Guadalcanal cellmates soon realized they were sharing their cage with the young giant. Some weeks later, after a few stops, the ship arrived at Bundaberg in Queensland, and with its precious cargo of slave, where chains were placed upon them in readiness for their auction. Ludi's hair had grown slightly, making him even less appealing to the eye than he had been when he originally boarded the ship. The auction day arrived, and farmers from all over the Bundaberg district had come to buy the Kanakas that they needed. One by one, they led the Kanakas up into the auction platform to be sold off. When Ludi's turn to stand on the platform arrived, the auctioneer started calling for bidders, but to his surprise, no bids were made. While the auctioneer was trying to entice bids, some men in the crowd claimed that Ludi was the ugliest Kanaka they had ever seen. Finally, just as the auctioneer was about to close with a no sale, an old farmer that had been standing in the background of the crowd raised his hand, and Ludi was sold for a cheap price. After the frail old farmer had collected Ludi and had settled the mandatory indentured paperwork, they put him on the back of his wagon, and the old farmer began the long journey back to his farm. From all accounts, as told to me, this old man and his wife were in their 60s or 70s and lived on a run-down vegetable farm. They had never had children and were as poor as paupers. It took all of their savings just to be able to buy Ludi in the hope that his labor could save what little there was left of their farm. Arriving back at the property, they were greeted by the old farmer's wife, who had been expecting to see a normal-looking South Sea Islander. But instead, all she saw was a big, hairy, horrid, Neanderthal-looking thing with large red bulging eyes and cheek-to-cheek, wide-gaped mouth to match. Still in chains, the old farmer bedded Ludi down in the barn for the night and left him some food to eat. The young giant went to sleep very sad about what fate had dealt him. That night, the old farmer copped an ear bashing from his wife, for buying such a useless kind of Kanaka. Nevertheless, they were stuck with him now, and they could not afford to buy another one. The next morning, the farmer removed Ludi's chains and put him to work. It soon became apparent to the old farmer and his wife that Ludi was no ordinary kind of Kanaka, for he seemed to have the equivalent super strength of 4 or 5 men together. As the months rolled by, they found that he could lift the back of a wagon while the wheel was being changed. He could lift and carry heavy logs and boulders, and perform other feats that were physically impossible for any other ordinary human being. On one particular occasion, their only horse had gone lame during the planting season. Seeing this, Ludi put the horse's harness around his neck and continued to plow the remainder of the fields. People who have a very limited knowledge of Western lifestyles and history have told me of this part of the history, which included Ludi. The old farmer and his wife were very happy with Ludi's work, but they had a slight problem with him. He ate like a horse and stunk to high heaven. No matter how many times they scrubbed him down, they could not get rid of the terrible smell that seemed to ooze out of him. The farmer's wife made him clothes, trimmed his hair, and treated him well like a son she had never had. During all this time, Ludi's heart was never far away from his family, and the reason why he had started his journey in the first place. That year, the old farmer sold all his crops and made a good profit. So pleased with Ludi's performance was he, that he took him to his neighbor's sugarcane farm one Sunday morning, so that while he and his wife were visiting, Ludi could have some kind of companionship with people of his own kind, or at least that's what he thought. Upon arriving, when the Guadalcanal Kanakas saw Ludi, they all ran straight into the nearby sugarcane, as they had heard that a young giant from Guadalcanal was living on the nearby property. The sugarcane farmer sent some of the other Kanakas into the cane after them and eventually had them retrieved. Intrigued by their unusual behavior, he asked them why they had all ran away. The Guadalcanal Kanakas desperately tried to explain to him that Ludi was a Guadalcanal giant who ate people. But the sugarcane farmer did not understand what they were trying to tell him. So Ludi sat by himself all day without any company. Each Sunday, the old farmer and his wife would take Ludi along with them when they were visiting the nearby sugarcane farm, and each Sunday, Ludi would sit by himself. It took months before the Guadalcanal Kanakas eventually started to accept and befriend him. As Ludi spoke a rough dialect that was similar to their dialects, he made some acquaintances and eventually was given a little freedom so that occasionally he could visit them on his own. Apparently, these visits went on for a couple years, and it was through the contacts with the Guadalcanal Kanakas that Ludi Makoti's attitudes moved away from what he had been brought up to believe about the Guadalcanal coastal human population. As time went by, his relationship with these people had a big impact on him. It was also here that he learned he could buy a smoking pipe from his meager yearly earnings. This was a big interest to him. There was an occasion one Sunday when a Guadalcanal Kanaka from the sugarcane farm, who spoke pidgin English, respectfully explained to the old farmer what Ludi had really wanted instead of wages, and so consequently, from that time on, Ludi's wages were traded for tobacco pipes. Another year passed, and Ludi's efforts reaped the farmer even larger profits, and Ludi was rewarded with more tobacco pipes, which he accumulated. During those few years, when Ludi visited his new Guadalcanal friends on the sugarcane farm, he learned much of their culture and customs and began to understand that these coastal people were not to be treated like pigs to be eaten, as his relatives had thought. Instead, he learned that they were actually people with hearts, minds, and feelings, like the giants. This enlightened education did eventually have profound consequences on the interspecies turmoil in Guadalcanal, and no doubt, together with other catalysts, the rest of the Solomon Islands. Ludi's homeland friends told him that the only way he could get back to his family in Guadalcanal was the same way he had come, and that was impossible, as he was property of the old farmer. He also told them that if he made an attempt to run for it, he wouldn't get far, as some of them had tried and suffered the consequences. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, and Ludi's heart became sick. The old farmer and his wife had noticed a sudden change in Ludi's behavior and temperament, and they could not work out what his problem was. One Sunday, while the old farmer was visiting his sugarcane farm mate, he told him that Ludi had slackened off and that he couldn't work out why the wind had gone out of his sails. The sugarcane farmer took his friend over to the compound to the Guadalcanal Kanakas and asked them what Ludi's problem was and why he had become so despondent. They told him it was because he was homesick for his family and that he had to return to Guadalcanal. The old farmer and his wife finally knew what had been troubling Ludi. It just so happened that around that time, a sideshow carnival with an amateur boxing team was touring the Queensland countryside, and they were holding tournaments for any of the locals who might be interested in taking them on, of which generally there was no shortage. This was big news in the Bundaberg area, as it was a good day out and always attracted a large turnout. These boxing teams operated on a betting system, and a bright idea came to the old farmer. Why don't I throw Ludi in the ring and see what happens? He's a strapping 7-foot tall young fellow with a superior strength to match. Surely he'd have a chance against some of these blokes, he thought. The Sideshow Alley boxing team came to town and the big day arrived. The old farmer knew that his wife would not give her consent to his plan of putting Ludi in the ring. Also, back in those days, it was socially unacceptable for an Australian white woman to enter a pub, let alone go to a boxing tent. So early that morning, without his wife's knowledge of where and what he was really doing, the old farmer made Ludi put on his best clothing, loaded him onto the back of the wagon, and drove to town with all their hard-earned savings. Bundaberg was bustling with activity, for it seemed the whole district had turned up for the big event. The old farmer tied up his house outside the Bundy Hotel public bar and told Ludi to stay put while he went in to have the pub to have a beer and find out, quote, what the go was. The pub was packed with blokes doing the same thing. Hooking up with a couple of mates he hadn't seen for some time, he sunk a couple of beers down while catching up on old times, discussing the upcoming day's events. Jokingly, one of his mates asked him whether he was going to have a go in the ring. "Nah, I brought me Kanaka along to throw in the ring," he replied. Well, his mates laughed like crazy. They thought that was the funniest thing they'd ever heard for a while. "What, a Kanaka? He'll be killed. Them bastards don't even know what boxing is," one of them said. As the old farmer took another rip from his beer, he confidently replied, "She'll be right, mate." The pub had started to empty out as groups of men began making their way to the Sideshow boxing tent at the end of town. The old farmer sculled his last beer, told his mates that he'd seen them there, and walked out of the pub. When he stepped out onto the veranda, he saw a bunch of kids teasing the buggery out of Ludi and poking sticks at him while he was sitting in the hot sun on the back of the wagon. "Go on, get up it, you little buggers," the old farmer exclaimed to the kids as they ran away. Reassuring Ludi that everything would be all right, he climbed aboard the wagon and drove down the main street towards the Sideshow Alley boxing tent. By this time, Ludi was wondering what the hell was going on, as this was the first time the farmer had ever taken him to town. Then they arrived at the boxing tent. The farmer tethered the horse and told Ludi to come along with him. As they approached the tent's entrance, the door attendant said to the farmer, "Sorry, mate, no Kanakas allowed, and that'll be a guinea." "Eh? But I brought me Kanaka along to have a fight in the ring," he replied. The door attendant looked bewilderingly at the farmer and said, "You got to be joking, mate. A Kanak having to go against these blokes, he'll be flattened. Anyway, rules are rules. You better go in and see the boss." Well, with that, the old farmer took Ludi back to the wagon and told him to sit tight while he went and saw the owner of the boxing team. As the farmer wandered off, Ludi could hear a lot of screaming and shouting going on and wondered what all the white men were doing in the big cloth house. Paying his entrance at the door, the farmer entered the tent to see a few hundred men gathered around the boxing ring. As he made his way through the crowd, he asked one of the blokes to point out the owner of the boxing team. With his eyes fixed on the owner, he jostled his way through to where he was standing and asked him if he could have a quiet word with him on the side, to which he agreed. The old farmer told him that he had a challenger for his boxers, but he was not allowed to bring him in because he was a Kanaka slave. The staunch boxing team owner asked the farmer to show him. They went out of the tent and over to the wagon in which Ludi was sitting. The owner took one look at Ludi, turned to the farmer, and said, "Well, we've never had a Kanaka in the ring before, but it'll be interesting." "Sure, no worries, mate. Bring him in. We'll give him a go. I'll make some dough out of this black fella." The boxing team owner then returned to the tent, and on his way past the door told the attendant to let him in. The old farmer extended his hand, told Ludi to come down off the back of the wagon. With a tear in his eye, the farmer tried to explain to Ludi what he was about and to do, which was fight a white man, and that if he won, he would set him free and pay his ship passage back to his home in the Solomon Islands. But Ludi did not understand what he was talking about. Paying for Ludi at the door, the old farmer took him inside the rear of the tent, where they stood for a while and watched a couple boxing matches. Ludi had observed the two white men were hitting each other, and that one of them had fallen down dead, or so he thought. As the unconscious man was being pulled out of the ring, and all the bookies were settling their debts, the boxing team owner climbed into the ring with his loud hailer raised and called for the crowd's attention. The crowd quieted down, and he called for one of the professional boxers to climb into the ring. This was a big, tall German boxer who hadn't lost a fight all day. With the German boxer by his side, he raised the loud hailer to his mouth and said to the crowd, "Gentlemen, we have a very special treat for you all here today. I've been asked for the first time in Queensland history to have a Kanaka in the ring for a round or two." With that, the crowd burst out laughing. The owner asked for quiet once more while he called the old farmer to bring the Kanaka up to the ring. Taking Ludi by the hand from the back of the crowd, they walked towards the edge of the ring as the crowd parted, jeered, and laughed, firing operational comments at them both. The old farmer climbed up into the ring and extended his hand once more for Ludi to come and follow him. With Ludi standing on one side of the boxing team owner and the big German on the other, the owner called the crowd to quiet again. The old farmer told Ludi to stay there while he went to find a bookie so that he placed his bet. Meanwhile, Ludi didn't know what the hell was going on. The team owner raised his loud hailer as the crowd quieted and said, "Gentlemen, here we have our Kanaka challenger." The entire crowd began laughing and mocking Ludi in a prejudiced racial way. The bookie's odds went heavily toward the big German to win. The farmer, who knew well of Ludi's superior strength, got all his savings out and placed his bet on Ludi to win. With his ticket in hand, he pushed his way through the crowd and climbed back into the ring to Ludi. The farmer tried to reassure the giant that things were all right while demonstrating a few punching techniques to him, but Ludi was confused as to what was happening. The owner, who was now also the referee, told his German and Ludi to each other and told his German and Ludi to face each other and smirkingly said that he wanted a good clean fight. Some people within the crowd laughed. As the old farmer was leaving the ring, he turned around and took a tobacco pipe out of his top pocket. With the pipe raised up in front of him in one hand and shaking a raised clenched fist, he called out Ludi's attention. "Ludi, look, a tobacco pipe." Just then, while Ludi was intently looking at the farmer, the big German cheatingly slammed a big punch into Ludi's back. As Ludi turned around, he copped another one right in the face. With the big German standing ready in his traditional boxing stance as if to say, "Bring it on," Ludi must have got angry because with one mighty punch, as reported to me by the Islander slave descendants here in Australia, he punched the big German with all his might straight through the front wall of his chest. He lodged his fist deep inside the boxer's torso, killing him instantly. With his fist still embedded inside the big German's lifeless body, Ludi raised it up in the air, turned to the crowd, and called out, "Me win!" The noise of the crowd diminished into silence. Ludi pulled his arm out from the lifeless German's body and let it fall to the floor. As mentioned, I had confirmed this fight basically did happen in this way. Stunned for some moments, the crowd stood quiet and motionless in shock, awe, absolute disbelief, and horror at what they had just seen. The old farmer was first in the ring with the owner and other boxers, who dashed into the ring also. Commotion broke loose within the crowd as the boxing team owner and others examined the dead German's body. Two police constables who happened to be on duty had witnessed the fight and climbed into the ring also to investigate what had happened. The old farmer stood there with Ludi, reassuring him that things would be all right. The owner shouted to the crowd with his loud hailer that the boxing tournament was over and for everyone to go home. It was
And on that note, Super Duke, we got to call it the night, my friend. Always a pleasure to have you here, Super Duke. World Bigfoot Radio. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAM, Facebook, Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Duke knows you're out there somewhere. Remember, this show is copyrighted by Spaced Out Radio. SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we got room for them too. Good night. All right, Super Duke, we got to finish this story now.
3 pages left. Let's go. Because we just got past the really the graphic part. Now let's find out what happened afterwards. And that was they did not expect that ending on that boxing fight. Let's just say.
Oh, by the way, before we even get going, you should see this moron, that Mick Frosty, who's live right now. Okay. The guy looks like he's on some real cheap ass crack with lights going on, trying to play DJ in his Ontario bedroom. You can tell this guy's a Maple Leafs fan, left, right, and center. Okay, honestly, this piece of poo who goes and spams my room. Okay, he's got 6 people watching. He started streaming 5 hours ago, and he's got 2,900 subscribers. And according to his VidIQ score, his channel is rated 7 out of 100.
Out of 100
Okay.
what?
Well, I don't know what the 100 is. I'm saying it's an average. Okay, that's pretty low. Yeah, hold on. I got more stats here. His views in the last 30 days have gone down 22%. He averages 3 subs a day. Yeah.
Wow.
What an idiot. His channel is ranked 12,829,789th on YouTube.
Awesome. He's in the
Yeah.
top 13 million.
Yep. He made it. He made
Barely scraped on in there.
Huh. Yeah. Made it by a pubic hair, that's for sure. Oh my God.
He'll be telling that to his brain dead grandkids in the future sometime. Yeah, I made it into the top 13 million.
I was 12,789,000 on YouTube. Get off my lawn, you little bastard!
Damn kids.
Dang, burn it! Yeah, MC Puby is what we're going to call him now. Thanks,
MC Puby. Does the soundtrack for Dwayne the Emergency Dink.
Yeah. Oh, this guy is probably related to Dwayne the Emergency Dink.
He's Dwayne's DJ. Well, should we hear the rest of the story? We got 2 more pages to go. So
yeah, I had to get that out. I apologize.
No problem. Then let's go back to harassing other people. So anyway, he just got done taking out the German boxer. The old farmer stood with Ludi, reassuring him things would be all right. The owner shouted to the crowd with his loud hailer that the boxing tournament was over. It was determined by all there was nothing that anybody could do about the unfortunate death of this German fellow, as under the Queensberry rules, it had been a fair fight. The boxing team owner was obliged to honor the old farmer's big bet, which he did, by paying him the large amount owed. With his money safely tucked away, both Ludi and the farmer got into the wagon and drove back to the farm. When they arrived at home that night, the old farmer took out his winnings, showed them to his wife. He told her what he had secretly done and begged for her understanding and forgiveness while justifying his actions by explaining to her that now they could buy more than a dozen Kanakas if she wished. The old farmer also told his wife he had made a promise to Ludi that if he won the fight, he would give him his freedom and pay his passage back to the Solomon Islands. That night, the old farmer brought Ludi into his house for the first time and had a meal with him. He put in plain words to Ludi that he was now a free man and he was going back home to his family. But once again, as Ludi could not understand English, he did not understand. So the next morning, the old farmer took Ludi with him to the neighboring sugarcane farm to socialize while he visited his buddy. He told the sugarcane farmer of his plan for Ludi. The sugarcane farmer agreed and thought it was a good idea, considering the amount of flack that he had caused in the district, and now potentially in Queensland and the rest of the country. He also asked the sugarcane farmer if he could buy one of Ludi's Guadalcanal friends from him to accompany Ludi on his voyage to the Solomon Islands, which he agreed to. Meanwhile, Ludi was socializing with all his Guadalcanal friends, who had all heard of his previous day's experience, as it was big news in the area. Both of the farmers went over into the Kanaka compound and told Ludi's best friend, who spoke pidgin English, to explain to Ludi that both of them were going back to the Solomon Islands. When his best Guadalcanal friend explained to Ludi that they were soon to be going back to their island home and he was to be reunited with his family, Ludi sat down on the ground and quietly began to weep tears of joy. Some weeks later, while they were in Bundaberg waiting for their ship to depart for the Solomon Islands, the old farmer bought 3 boxes of tobacco pipes and gave them to Ludi so that he could take them along with him on his trip back to Guadalcanal. It is said that Ludi had accumulated well over 100 tobacco pipes during his stay in Queensland. When the tall ship eventually arrived at the village, which is now called Honiara, Ludi, with his accumulated smoking pipes and 3 boxes given to him, discarded his clothes and went back up into the tropical rainforest mountains of Guadalcanal, where he is reunited with his family and clanspeople. He was not seen again until many years later at the end of the Giant War, when he and his clans fought in bloody battles for the freedom of the Guadalcanal hostages being held by the clans opposing their cultural change. It is known that Ludi Makoti eventually distributed some of these tobacco pipes amongst all the giant clans of the island, and later as a symbol of peace to the freed Guadalcanal people. During my travels around Guadalcanal, I found old people who all claim that their tobacco pipes once belonged to Ludi Makoti. He is well known by the people of Guadalcanal as being the one responsible for educating the giants that the coastal people were not to ever be considered again as meat to be eaten, and they were like themselves with hearts, minds, and feelings. In doing so, great battles were fought among the giants. Still to this day, the legend of Ludi Makoti, chief of the giants, lives on amongst the people of Guadalcanal. Personally, I think this would be a great story for the big screen, especially because it's a true story. Although I've added a little gloss to make the story a little more interesting, as incredible as it seems, I have actually confirmed and am convinced that this all did basically happen. This Guadalcanal folklore story is universally known upon the island as being an actual part of Guadalcanal history. It's difficult for Westerners to understand as it seems so surreal, but it's not to them. The entire culture of the Guadalcanal people revolves around the giants of Guadalcanal, and always has. I find it absolutely amazing that no one discovered this earlier. Many older descendants of the remaining indentured South Sea Islander sugarcane laborers confirmed to me the Queensland boxing content to this story. Excuse me. The story of a Kanaka killing a white man in a boxing ring in the late 18th century has been passed down to some of these South Sea Islander descendants, 2 of whom live in Bundaberg, and told me the Queensland part of his amazing story without knowing what I already knew. I'm sure the elders of the Johnson and Tanna families of Bundaberg can contribute to this as well. The fact that the majority of the Guadalcanal people lack literacy skills and have had limited contact with Western culture, and none of the older descendants from Queensland, raises the questions of how both could know the same story when they've never had any contact with each other. There's much other evidence available that Ludi Makoti existed, but the best evidence is in the center of the island. And the one detail that he brushed over is the Giant Wars. Apparently, at some point after he got back and grew up, he ended up being the chief of the giants on the southern part of the island and basically told all of them the new rule is we're not going to eat humans anymore. And the ones on the northern side of the island did not go along with that. They captured a whole bunch of humans and were going to eat them. And it resulted in there actually being a war between them. So Ludi had to actually go stomp all of their butts and take over the entire Guadalcanal and was the giant of the whole island. So that's the short version of that one.
Wow, this Ludi here, he liked to pick a fight every now and again.
Yeah, he was the dude. And it also makes you wonder about the description, too. Well, in order to pass as a human, even though he was just about the right size height-wise, they still had to cut a whole bunch of hair off him. And he looked hideously ugly. Had super wide mouth, big bulging red eyes. You know, it sounds vaguely familiar. So, yep, the famous king of the giants from the Solomon Islands, Ludi Makoti.
Steam Train Mark, am I alive later on today? Please let me know. He's wondering what year this happened.
Well, they said he got captured in he was born in the 1860s or 70s. He was about, 5-6 years old when he got hauled off to Australia, and he was there for a couple of years. So do the math. It only gives you a ballpark.
Hi, gorgeous Jessica S. Cryptid 559er. How you doing? Well, that was an interesting story, Super Duke.
Well, keeping in mind the legends of the local islanders there in the Solomon Islands that, of course, know giants are real, and they think we're all weird because we don't know that. According to them, they live quite a bit longer than we do, too. So it's entirely possible that Ludi Makoti is still the giant king on Guadalcanal.
That is awesome. I could see you brawling with him.
Yeah, I'd just be really happy that he figured out that he shouldn't eat humans, because like most of the other stories in that book are really disturbing. There's a lot of them you couldn't read on the air. Let's just put it that way.
Mm.
And there's a lot of stuff about UFO bases in that area too. So yeah, this is where they had a whole fleet station during World War II, and they had over 50 UFOs overfly the fleet. And they got them all on radar and everything. They didn't know what the hell they were. So they reported it to Hawaii, and Hawaii said, well, keep everybody on standby in case they turn around and come back, which they didn't. So they just sort of, after a while, forgot about it. But these weren't standard planes. These were, Foo Fighters, UFO type description. They had no idea what the hell they were looking at. And they said there was over 50 of them.
So interesting.
Yeah, it's a wonderful book. I heavily recommend it. Here's what it looks like. Solomon Island Mysteries. Ooh, scary. Giants and UFOs. And again, thanks to my buddy over there in Crypto Sweden in Sweden, my resident troll expert, who sent me that for a Christmas present one year. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Sorry it was long, but yeah, that was like such a cool story. I just love that part in the box agree. I would. Boom. Okay, fight over. He did cheap shot you in the back, and then he hit you in the face when you turned around and cheap shotted you a second time. So yeah, he kind of deserved it.
Yeah. What do you do?
Yeah. That's like something Dwayne the Emergency Dink would do. And
Yeah.
just put his fist right through him.
Yep, I hear you. Emergency Dink is I think I may take a picture of him just so we can bring it, just in case at the wedding.
Take a picture of him and then have Filth do a caricature. Then you won't have to worry about any legal ramifications.
Yeah, I'll just say, hey, Dink. He'll be like, yes? You want a picture of me?
Yo, Dink, I'm going to make you famous.
I did get a good shot in on my sister the other day, though. She was like, oh, my God, that was so long ago. Why don't you just let it go? And I said, you have no idea how much the emergency Dink actually terrorized me and traumatized me. I said, but, I get you, sis. It's all Coke versus Pepsi conversation in our family, right? She never responded after that.
Yep. Can't have any conversations about the PTSD caused by Dwayne the Emergency Dink and his heartless, horrific actions.
He's such a prick.
Oh, shit.
You know what? He's not even a prick. He's a prick and a half.
He's a douche.
Yeah.
Yep. He's got his own bobblehead of himself that he puts in the window of his car when he drives around.
Oh, hell yeah. He even had, I'm not going to say his license plate, but he does have personalized license plates.
Oh, God. Like I'm saying, the guy's got a bobblehead of himself with a freaking car.
I forgot about that until now.
What a narcissistic bastard. I'm the coolest thing ever. Wow, even my farts smell good. I think I'll just eat a bunch of beans, go sit in the closet and read a book. Oh, this would be lovely.
Oh, yeah. This drives me nuts. It's the cocksucker. Honestly,
You realize we were the two that went off on this originally, too. The Dwayne the Emergency Dink rant part 2.
Well, let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find something here. Hold on.
I've been scouting more wilderness channels so I can find some more active ones for you. There's got to be at least one that has sharks. An underwater camera near the Great Barrier Reef or something.
Let me go here. Close that off.
Yeah, Looney McCody gave the emergency dink a little backhand.
I'm trying to see if there's pictures. I'm trying to see if there's pictures.
Oh, emergency dink.
Yeah.
He's the dinkiest.
I would love to embarrass him.
Oh, heavens. Let's not embarrass the emergency dink or anything.
Hold on. I'm trying to see if
that
there's
wouldn't be nice.
Oh, the emergency dink. Let's go here. All right, there's my nephew. See if there's any pictures.
Oh, waiting in breathless anticipation to see the actual real life flesh and blood emergency dink himself.
Yeah. No, not seeing any photos yet. Not seeing any photos yet. Nothing on Instagram. Let's see. That's definitely not my nephew. Let's go. Hold on. You'll find him. He's not on Instagram.
Yeah, Bomber, he probably drives a DeLorean with a flashy light on top.
Let's see if I have any with. I don't even know if he's on social media.
He probably just has his own temple or something.
Oh, 100% he does. 100%.
Temple of Emergency Dink. Stop and leave me offerings, puny, witless mortals. Now get the hell out. I am Emergency Dink.
Yeah. Let's see later. All right. Okay, that's too much family.
He's on Dink Book.
He's on
Good one, Hallie.
Oh my god. Oh, that's just terrible. That's just terrible.
Hey, good job, Hallie.
You know,
yeah, Bomber says his nameplate has bright flashing LED lights bordering it.
Mm-hmm. So, hold on. Just trying to see if Dink Book here has a. That's going to catch on pretty damn quick. Just saying. Okay, that's too many. Yeah, I can show this one. Hold on. me just open. Oh yeah, show and folder. Show and folder right there. Let me just scribble out some of the faces here. So I don't know who these people are. Well, I do, but I don't know who that is.
Yeah,
okay, here's emergency dink right here. Here's emergency dink. Now, don't dink out on him, okay?
All his negligible glory.
Uh-huh. This is perfection at its best.
Cardboard humanity.
Yeah, here he comes. We're going on the dink web right now.
The dink web.
There he is.
Got a picture from Dink Book.
Right there.
Oh my God, he's got a punch me face. Look at that little soy shithead.
Oh yeah, that's the emergency dink right there.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
416, how did you like MC Chills or whatever his name was? I was checking on you. To see how many of our listeners would head on over there. There's the old 416. There's the old 416er right there. Hanging on out, rocking out with the crack addict. The meth is strong there.
The meth is strong with that one.
Oh my God. So what do you think of the emergency dink?
He radiates an aura of dinkishness.
Yeah, look at the
Look
glass.
at those spindly ass legs too. What the hell is that? He's got bandy legs and buggy whip arms.
Those are even fake Converse. He's wearing fake Converse.
Fake Converse. It wouldn't matter if it was real Converse. It'd still be lame.
The emergency dink.
Yeah, he's got that look. Hey, I'm the emergency dink. Please don't see through my facade that I'm a complete ass clown.
Oh, yeah. I told you.
Well, you're absolutely right.
Oh, yeah. I don't mess around when it comes to emergency dink, man.
No, I could see him doing that. He's got that fiendish pervert that hides in the basement look, that somebody that would actually leave you lying on the ground hurt.
Oh, yeah. I hear you, man.
But don't get me started. Get off my lawn, you emergency dink.
Son of a bitch! You rot like an apple core!
Bomber, bring over the flamethrower drone and get rid of these kids.
I'm the emergency dink! You listen to me!
Run them over with the Zamboni, Bomber, and unleash the flamethrower drone too.
This is the family. I'm going to tell you something. This is the type of family. My nephews, true story, did not get to play hockey because their father and the emergency dink were so egotistical that they wanted to make sure the boys had full influence from their side of the family and not our side of the family. So even though the boys wanted to play hockey, they didn't get to play hockey because that family, it was a screw you to our family.
That's just lame as shit.
Yeah. True
Pretty
story.
Much ruined the kids' upbringings just for spite. That's really low.
True story. Super Dookie, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
All right. I'll try and be entertaining for a little bit. Hey, guys, let me do something different now and be entertaining. Who's got questions? Because they're dirty soccer players. What does that got to do with anything, Bomber? Did he think the hockey stick? Nothing scares Emergency Dink. He's too clueless to be scared. You have to have actually intelligence of some sort to be scared. Otherwise, you just react like an amoeba. But he probably has the same bone consistency and density. Yeah. Don't let boys play hockey. They might like have fun or something. And it's not like, oh, winter's only 5 minutes long up there. They got plenty of other things to do besides play hockey. Yeah, right. It's winter up there year round. Oh, God, don't even say that. Don't say that, Bomber. It's horrible. Paul, that sounds great. Sorry if I mispronounced anything. I was trying to do my best fake Australian accent, and I kind of switched over to Cockney there a couple times. Blew it. Sorry. Alien Critter, all of them. Guadalcanal was the main island we were talking about in this one. Thanks, Paul. Now I don't feel quite so bad. Now, if you think anybody would actually like a Bomber, I could do that. I got some more. Speaking of which, Bomber, you know who else does amazing stories? Night Terrors. Have you ever seen the Night Terrors channel? Well, Bill from Night Terrors is going to be on my channel as a guest, and he is freaking amazing. If you guys like paranormal, supernatural stories and stuff like Swamp Dweller does, as well as this guy also does like investigations of the stuff and puts together his own little videos of information on, single subject like what is a manticore, or how about this time travel weird story? Did any of this stuff happen? And these are just really good. And he's got 3 times as many subs as I do. So I'm happy to be able to convince him to be on my show. But I'm a mod on his show when he does live shows and stuff. I mod his chat room. So should be fun. Maybe I'll get him to do some narration for my show. He can help me do a new intro or something. Because this guy has like the ultimate narrator's voice. And he looks like he should be the guy running a hard-bitten detective agency and ordering all of them around. True, Robert. That would be the core of a manta ray core. Oh, Bomber knows who I'm talking about. Yeah, Bill is awesome. He's a really good guy. So as you can tell, we're going to have fun talking, right, Bomber? Yeah, that'll be a good show. Night Terrors. Yep. Yeah, he really got the raw deal from YouTube, too. They completely demonetized him and messed with his channel big time for a couple years. So he's just like trying to keep it going at this point. But go back and look at some of his older, shorter videos. They're like 7 to 10 minutes long, generally single subject. And man, he did a great job on those. Super entertaining, really interesting. Really good stuff. Highly recommended. One of my favorite channels. And he has perfect diction, Bomber. I mean, like perfect. It's almost like eerily too perfect. Like he's an alien that learned English and learned it too well or something. Anybody got any Bigfoot questions or anything? As long as I'm still on here, which won't be too much longer, because I'm getting very tired. Now Dave's back.
You can bail if you need. I got to be here for a while yet.
Well, I'm gonna hang around for a little bit more, and then I am gonna bail because I am getting really tired. Have I listened to Dixie Cryptid? Yes, I have, but I cannot verify that his stories are actually accurate, so I don't give them much credibility.
Well, super dookie.
What's your weather doing up there? We got about 78 here right now.
Yeah, it's about the same. It's been perfect summer. Perfect
Yeah, it's
summer.
been really nice here because we're up in the mountains, so it doesn't actually get hot until mid-afternoon. So that means like pretty much every night you're going down into the 50s, and it doesn't actually get uncomfortable until like 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. And as soon as the sun goes down, it starts cooling off again. So really, it's not like you're 100 degrees all day long and all night like some of these places down south. Oh my God. I've lived there. You go outside at 3 o'clock in the morning and immediately burst into a sweat. It's still 102 degrees.
Oh, yeah. I know that one.
What's the best thing to leave out at a Bigfoot gifting site? Well, they like quartz rocks.
No, George Jones, Dave was not on the crapper. Dave went pee, though. Alien Critter, how you doing, man? Oh, I got to be up in like 5.5 hours.
Ugh. Yeah, basically, I was always against the concept of gifting them anything. And then they started, the one group that I've been dealing with for about 7 years now, they started leaving me stuff. So it wasn't me that was starting it. It was, they started leaving me stuff. And it was really peculiar, some of the stuff they were coming up with, too. Like, oh, where'd this really awesome $300 pair of sunglasses and $100 pair of motorcycle gloves come from? They were just mysteriously here on our campsite. Oh, next time you come up there, where'd this, beautiful new shiny canteen come from? That's just laying up here on the campsite. People don't just abandon stuff like this and wander off. Where's it coming from? Well, then they left me a big pile of quartz rocks enough to fill like 3 coffee cans with. And I went, okay. Nobody picks that damn many quartz rocks and then just leaves them and doesn't take them with them. There's something really peculiar going on here. So I got a hold of Robin, and Robin went, oh, yeah, they're leaving all that stuff for you. And I said, well, what about I can see the rocks, the other stuff. And she goes, well, they found it up there somewhere, and they thought it might belong to you guys or your group, so they left it there in case. And I said, well, no, that isn't our stuff. I asked everybody. And she goes, they said, oh, good, we'll keep it then. Like, okay. What are you going to do with the sunglasses and the motorcycle gloves? This should be interesting.
Let's download this one. See what we're dealing with here.
Yep, Bomber's right, too. They like the color blue. Anything that's like tends towards sky blue coloration, they really like that. Blue and white, those are 2 fave colors with them.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a short video to come out here tomorrow or the next day with the follow-up to the Coloma visit, where we were just up there and filmed the track line of the 18-inch tracks, and then it's also got the breakdown on various cryptids that Robin and Christy found in the previous video. And real interesting. One was apparently about 30 feet away from my tent while I was sleeping. Ashton filmed it accidentally. That was a little creepy.
By the way, it was Dirty Filth's cat Blob that jumped up on the computer and knocked him off the air.
I was wondering what happened. Where'd Filth go? His cat knocked him off here. Oh God, that's hilarious.
Yeah, the old Blob getting her done.
Knocked off the air by a cat. Oh God, that's like the story of Jack Bruce from Cream. Got fired from Hawkwind by Dave Brock's dog. because Ginger Baker was playing drums with Hawkwind at the time. It was 1980. They were doing a Levitation tour, and they were losing. They had lost their bass player, and the keyboard player was playing bass, but didn't want to be the bass player. So they tried out Jack Bruce to see if he would fit in with the band, which worked out fairly well, except for Dave Brock, the guitar player's dog, hated Jack Bruce, kept snarling and trying to bite him. So Dave went, "Nope, you can't be in the band. My dog doesn't like you." So yeah, Jack Bruce is fired from Hawkwind by Dave Brock's dog. Classic rock story.
That's awesome. That shit is awesome.
God, I wish it would have worked out though. Imagine having Ginger Baker and Jack Bruce with Hawkwind. That would have been so fucking wild. That would have been awesome. And their classic period too. But anyway, I'm gonna go get myself some food here and go fall down because I got lots and tons of shit I got to do tomorrow again.
Yes. Well, I'm off the air tomorrow, so that'll be a little tough, but we go from there.
You're back on Thursday then, right?
Back on Thursday night. Yeah.
Oh, hey, I'm back on Thursday night too.
Yeah.
How
I
about
want to
that?
keep the stories a little shorter though.
Yeah, that one was that was hard to push it fast enough to read that whole thing and not just go
Holy
too fast.
cow, read fucking War and Peace on Bigfoot.
Yeah, that story was worth it though. You got to admit that was a freaking cool
That was a
story.
good story. I'm just teasing.
The King of the Giants, Nudie McCody. I've been wanting to read that one for a while, but it's like, it's so long you almost have to split it in two pieces. But we did it. We did it anyway. All the studio, the radio audience would be like, I want to hear the end of the story. What happened? He killed the German, and then what happened?
I hear you.
All right, anyway.
All right,
everybody
buddy.
have a great night. Thanks, Dave. Love all you guys in the audience, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you for coming on, buddy. Always appreciate you.
You're welcome, man. Take care. I always love being.
All right, buddy. Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio going night-night. All right. So now I have to, for our radio stations, cut up tomorrow night's show, which will be a repeat. Well, it'll be Grant will be here live for YouTube, but on the radio side of things for my radio stations, it'll be a repeat. So that's what I'm doing for tomorrow. Don't you worry. Dave is not stranding you guys without a show. We'll never do that. Get him? I don't know. Don't know if I did or not. No, I did not. Oh, did I get him that time? No, I did not. All right. Any questions, comments? Thanks, Grandmaster. Probably Bombshell Bomber. Seems like that type of person. Yeah, we're going to have a good time tomorrow. I cannot wait. My son just has no clue what it's going to be all about. No idea when Nicole's coming back. She's working on some other projects right now. Oh, thanks, Ozzy Rob. Appreciate that. Do you have any idea about the false flag alien invasion? Darkova Zarkonis, welcome to SOR chat, by the way. Thank you for coming on in. I don't believe it's happening. I think that is a Stephen Greer Fantasyland story. He might have been given some information from government officials that he trusts. One thing we got to remember is there is a very split faction. I'm trying to get this mosquito here. God, he keeps dodging me. There is a very split factions within the U.S. government on UFOs and disclosure. And Greer is under the assumption that all aliens are good, peace, love, and light. And I don't believe that because of my own experiences and the experiences that people here have had that we have interviewed over the years. And I believe, I don't know. I just don't trust a guy who's charging like between $1,500 and $3,500 to help people get their own ET contact. I don't buy that. I think that's wrong. My sources also have told me that the phone call was answered. And that's the big hubbub. Damn it. Still haven't got him. Hi, Nell. Good morning to you. There he is. Come on. Got him, finally. Take that, you little bitch. I knew I'd get him. It's only a matter of time before I was winning. All right. So. Dry Toast, the best name in YouTube. Right there. Oh, he makes killer money off of it. Killer money. He's made millions off of desperate people. And he's not ashamed about it. Now, granted, I have no problem with anybody making money in this field. I really don't. I'm a business as well. And I'm not going to be hypocritical like that. But some people, excuse me, for some people, what he is charging is you can do it for free. You don't need his little techniques of humming and running around dancing and whatever the hell they do. And my question that I would like to ask Dr. Stephen Greer is, with all that you're charging people for CE5, my question to you, Doc, is this. Did you charge multimillionaire Demi Lovato for her sessions? Or did you use her for her social media to pump you up? Because there's a lot of people out there who cannot afford what you're doing, but they believe in him. They believe in him, but they can't afford it, and they will forego their rent in order to make this happen. Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Any other questions? My word encounter story. Probably my own. When the UFO landing happened, that was probably My favorite. Got another one. Take that, you jerk. Oh, Frank. What is this? Log out. All right, so let's go like this. Bear with me. All right. So let's start this. Hi, Eva. What could I do? Hold on. What am I? That's where I'm going tomorrow, YJ. Tom Lee Music. That's where I'm totally going tomorrow. I promised my son I would take him there. What's that called? Sorry, guys. Just been doing this download thing. Oh, where am I here? That one's done. Okay, what the Sam F am I doing? There we go. But now I got a big moth in here. You son of a bitch. That's just driving me nuts. All right, everybody. Getting pissed off and tired. But I'm going to get going. Grant Baker tomorrow night with Earl Grey Anderson from MUFON regarding UFO research. You guys have a good time. We'll all see you tomorrow. Thank you to all the super chatters. Come out and support Grant tomorrow night. Thank you.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.